Hey everyone. So I started watching this hearing because I thought it was kind of interesting what they were talking about. And then it turned into what we like to call a inferno and a metal square object, also known as a dumpster fire. There were half a dozen people testifying and every single one of them gave a different story. It's absolutely unbelievable. But what they don't tell you is why they're there. And the reason why they're there is because on or about the 9th day of June in 2024, Jeremiah Kerr, who is the defendant in this case, within Rooks County, Kansas, this is the 23rd District Court, not the 13th, where we usually see, did and there, contrary to the statutes of the state of Kansas, unlawfully, feloniously, and intentionally attempt to kill a human being by completing an overt act towards the perpetration of the crime, to wit, intentionally shooting a firearm at and striking the victim, done by a person who intended to commit such a crime but failed in the perpetration thereof. Ouch. That is count 1, attempted murder in the second degree, a level 3 person felony. Additionally, he did unlawfully, feloniously, and knowingly cause great bodily harm to another person or disfigurement of another person by shooting the firearm at their left wrist, left forearm, and chest. This resulted in an aggravated battery charge, a level 4 person felony, and did knowingly cause physical contact with another person done in a rude, insulting, and angry manner during an altercation, pushing victim number 2 and causing victim number 2 to fall to the ground. This resulted in a battery charge, a class person misdemeanor. Also, did knowingly cause physical contact with another person done in a rude, insulting, angry manner during an altercation, punching victim number 1 and causing victim number 1 to fall to the ground. This resulted in a class B person misdemeanor. I searched the interwebs up and down and was unable to find details on what exactly occurred during the initial altercation that resulted in the arrest of Mr. Kerr. I'm assuming it was a fight that escalated to an attempted murder charge, but I don't have details. Mr. Kerr was arrested on June 10th in Rooks County. He was charged with what we just discussed and was held on $250,000 cash or surety bond. He was unable to make that bond, and on the 18th of June, he was able to receive a bond reduction to $35,000 cash or surety. He was ordered to stay away from all of the victims in the case. He was ordered not to possess or consume illegal drugs or alcohol, random testing, drug or alcohol evaluation, and specifically no weapons to be possessed. On August 20th of 2024, Mr. Kerr, having been released on bond, was again arrested in Ellis County, Kansas. This complaint alleges that on or about June 28th of 2024, Mr. Kerr, then and there being present in Ellis County, Kansas, did unlawfully, feloniously, and knowingly possess a firearm while subject to a court order issued at a hearing in which he received actual notice and had opportunity to participate, which prevented him from possessing a firearm. To wit, a pretrial bond condition imposed in Rooks County District Court, case number 24 CR 10, prohibiting him from possessing weapons. So here we are, back in Rooks County to address the bond violation that occurred and he was arrested for in Ellis County. I hope that all makes sense because it took me a while to figure out what happened and why we're here, but let the fun begin. Oh, I forgot to mention, there's like a hot mess shit show going on Facebook with the family feuding back and forth, like everybody's involved. So let's go to court.
Mr. Johnson, do you have everyone you need?
I believe so, Judge.
We're waiting on Cole, I think, my boss.
He's on there.
Oh, okay.
There's a box of marked Cole that just popped up. Miss Muir, do you have everyone you need?
I do, Your Honor, and it just came to my attention. We are in the process of, I'm going to make an oral motion, but we're also going to file an amended motion to revoke, to replace a date that is in with the original motion.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get started. This is in the District Court of Rooks County, Kansas. It is case number 24 CR 10. This is State of Kansas versus Jeremiah Kerr. Is that how you pronounce your name?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. May I have an announcement of appearances, please?
May it please the court, Your Honor, the state appears by Rooks County Attorney Danielle Muir via Zoom.
May it please the court, Your Honor, the defendant, Jeremiah Kerr, appears in person and by and through his attorney, Kip Johnson.
We are on for the state's motion to revoke bond at this time. Ms. Muir,
Your Honor, we are on for the motion to revoke bond. It has come to my attention just within about the last 20 minutes that the date that is included in the original motion is an incorrect date that was in the original probable cause affidavit. That has since been amended 2 days ago in the Ellis County case, and we just got a copy of that. So I am filing an amended motion to revoke probation to change the date. It's not in the actual motion itself. It doesn't contain the date, but it's in the attachment in Exhibit A for the narrative of Ty McCullough. And that date is changed to July 28th of 2024, not June 28th of 2024.
Mr. Johnson.
Well, it's kind of a last minute to know this modification.
I agree. It is last minute. It just came to my attention. We just got the motion to revoke itself filed this week. The amended complaint was filed on the 21st, and I just became aware of it at about 8:40 this morning.
Well, we can still proceed, Your Honor, but I no longer need Cole Younger then.
There's a box marked Cole. Is that Cole Younger?
I'm assuming it is.
There's no video.
Yeah, I can leave the meeting.
Yeah, but your testimony was going to be about June 28th.
Okay.
And Mr. Johnson, I also note the file lists Mr. Rohr as an attorney as well.
It does, Your Honor, and I contacted Mr. Rohr, and he has hearings in Norton County that got moved up. He'll join if his hearings are concluded. He'll see if we're still on, but we have been in contact. One of the reasons why we had Mr. Rohr appointed as second is so he could qualify for high-level cases. So I'm primarily doing everything, but he's along so that he can second chair if it goes to trial. But he's aware of the hearing. He'll get on if it's still going after he's done in Norton. He had originally intended to be here.
And also, Mr. Kerr, this hearing is being conducted by Zoom. And the court had offered to do a live hearing in Rooks County. For various logistical reasons of people involved, it was requested to be a Zoom hearing. You understand we're doing this by Zoom?
I understand, Your Honor. Thank you.
Do you agree to doing this hearing by Zoom?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. If at any time you need to speak with Mr. Johnson, raise your hand, get my attention, and we will put you and Mr. Johnson into a breakout room so the two of you can talk.
Okay, thank you.
Because he needs to have access to you and you need to have access to him. Okay. You need to speak with him before we proceed.
Kip, are you wanting to speak before we proceed, or?
Well, maybe we better go in a breakout room since the amendment that was just made, Your Honor.
Okay. Jess, could you put Mr. Kerr and Mr. Johnson in a breakout room? Okay, Mr. Kerr, you're back from the breakout room with Mr. Johnson. Did you
Yes,
have
Your Honor.
sufficient time to speak with Mr. Johnson in the breakout room?
I believe so, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, if at any time you need to speak with him, raise your hand, get my attention,
Okay.
and we'll get you in a breakout room.
Okay.
Okay? Okay, Miss Muir, your first witness.
Your Honor, do you prefer all the witnesses to be on the Zoom while we call them, or do you typically put them in a breakout room?
I'd like them to be sequestered, Your Honor.
That was, I know Zoom sequesters are a little bit different, especially with two of the witnesses are obviously physically together as well. It would be great to give them an advisory.
Okay. What we're going to do for those of you who are witnesses, and I'll have to have the parties let Jess know which of these boxes are witnesses. You're all going to be asked to go into a breakout room, and then they'll ask you to come. We'll invite you back to the main viewing panel when it's your time to testify. Okay? When you're in the breakout room, you cannot discuss this case or your testimony. Talk about the weather, talk about the Chiefs, the Royals, whatever, but don't talk about this case while you're in the breakout room, okay? So, Ms. Muir, of these boxes, which ones are your witnesses?
My witnesses are Deputy Ty McCullough, Donald Yost, Larry and Connie Yost, as well as Ms. Hecker.
And who are you going to start with?
I'll start with Deputy Ty McCullough.
Okay, so both Yost boxes. And who was the last witness you listed?
Ms. Hecker.
And Ms. Hecker. They need to go into a breakout room.
And when we do call Larry and Connie, they'll need to go into separate rooms so that only one is in the room on the Zoom at a time.
Okay. We'll deal with that one as it pops up.
Sure.
Okay.
You want my witnesses, Judge?
Yes. Who are your witnesses, Mr. Johnson?
Anna Kerr, Connie and Larry Yost, Sherry Steinkühler.
Okay. So you need to add Miss Steinkühler to that invite and Miss Kerr.
Okay, Judge, I have to reconfigure the rooms. Just 1 second.
Okay.
It won't let me reassign the second room. Who was in the second room, Judge?
It really doesn't matter. They can all be in the same breakout room.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It won't let me add more people, so we'll have to.
Okay. The ones we still have are Mrs. Steinkühler and Mrs. Kerr. It
So
looks like-
Don Yost, Jordan Hecker, Larry and Connie Yost, Anna Kerr and Steinkühler. Okay,
Yes.
well, and
The Yosts have popped back up.
yes, I'm waiting on the others. They're still. In about 6 seconds, it'll bring them back.
Okay.
It just takes a while.
I'm here.
Mr. McCullough, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand. You solemnly swear and or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the penalties for perjury in the state of Kansas.
Yes.
Are you currently in the state of Kansas?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You may put your hand down. Go ahead, Ms. Muir.
Thank you. Could you please state your name
My name's Ty McCullough.
and where? I'm sorry.
I'm a deputy with the Ellis County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, that was my next question. How long have you been employed with the Ellis County Sheriff's Office?
I've been employed for 8 years with the Ellis County Sheriff's Office. I've been a certified officer for 4 years.
Okay, and that's through the Kansas Law Enforcement Training Center?
Yes.
And have you been in compliance with all continuing education requirements to continue your licensing?
Yes.
Were you on duty on August 13th, 2024 at approximately 11:30 a.m.?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall receiving information that there was a walk-in wanting to file a report?
Yes,
And who was the person wanting to file the report?
that was Donald Yost.
Did you speak with Mr. Yost?
Yes, he came into the squad room and we spoke.
Okay, and what was Mr. Yost's concern when he came, right? Specifically Donald Yost's concern when he came to your office?
Donald's concern was that Mr. Kerr we had gone over everything that had happened up in Plainville as far as him being charged with a crime, being out on bond and not being allowed to possess firearms. And it had just come to his attention that he wasn't supposed to be possessing firearms, and that on July 28th, he was eating at his parents' house, and he stated that Jeremiah and Anna came and took the firearms out of Larry and Connie's house.
Okay, and where do Larry and Connie reside?
I'd have to look at my report for the address. It is in Ellis
What
County.
county? Okay,
Ellis
in Ellis
County.
County. And when he came to your office that day, you said you spoke about Mr. Kerr. Is that Jeremiah Kerr that is on
Yes.
the Zoom hearing today? And did he give you some documents to review from his Rooks County court case?
Yes.
Mr. Yost gave those documents to you.
Yes, Donald gave those to me.
And that's where you observed the part about that Mr. Jeremiah Kerr was not supposed to be in possession of any weapons.
Correct.
And you stated that he told you on July 28th that Mr. Kerr went to the home in Ellis County of Donald's parents. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what exactly did Jeremiah do when he went to the house on July 28th?
Donald stated they just walked in, started unloading guns from the upstairs room and just started loading them into their vehicle, and then they left.
And when you say they, who are you
As
talking
in
about?
Jeremiah and Anna.
Jeremiah and Anna Kerr?
Yes.
Did he talk about any conversation Donald had with them?
He did not.
Did he talk about whether he believed that Jeremiah had a gun on his person?
He did. He believed that there was a pistol on his right hip, but he stated he just saw the imprint of it on his shirt. He wouldn't be able to identify it past a pistol.
Okay. So when you say imprint, you mean the outline of the gun
Yes.
is telling you? Okay. And after you got that information from Donald Yost, did he tell you approximately how many guns he thought they had removed, Jeremiah and Anna had removed?
He believed it was about 18.
Did he know where the guns had been kept, or did he provide that information to you?
No, he did not know where they were being taken,
He just
other,
mentioned
other than Plainville. I apologize.
No, I mean where the guns were kept at the Yost house in Ellis County. Did he know where they
Oh,
were?
yes, he stated there was a bedroom upstairs. They typically call it the playroom, and that they were just upstairs in that room.
Okay. And after getting that information from Donald Yost, what did you do next in your investigation?
I spoke with court services, Jordan Hecker, to confirm that this was all still current as far as him not being allowed to possess guns.
And how did she respond?
She advised that it was still current and he wasn't supposed to have guns.
Okay. So then did you do anything further?
Yes, I went out and spoke with Larry and Connie at their residence.
And what day was that?
That had been on the 14th.
Of August.
Correct.
Okay. And when you went to their home, were they both there at the time?
Yes, they were both present at the house.
Okay. And did you speak with them separately or together?
I spoke with Connie on the porch, and then she was present when I was speaking with Larry inside the residence.
Okay. What was your conversation with Connie?
I asked Connie if Jeremiah Kerr had come up or come down and taken the guns on July 28th, and she confirmed that he did.
Okay. Did you talk to her about how many guns had been taken?
No, I didn't.
Did you ask her if they had been holding the guns for Jeremiah?
they stated that they had him there for a while and he had somewhere up in Plainville that he was taking him.
Okay, but she did confirm that on July 28th, did she confirm both Jeremiah and Anna came, or just one or the other?
Both.
And then you said after you spoke with Miss Yost, you also spoke with her husband, Larry.
Yes.
And what information did Larry provide?
Larry confirmed the same, that the guns were there upstairs and that they had came and got them on July 28th.
And did Larry give any further information about why they came and got the guns that day?
He stated they were told they came to get the guns so that they wouldn't cause Larry and Connie any trouble.
So that the guns wouldn't cause Larry and Connie trouble?
He just said they.
Okay. And Deputy, you had filed a narrative, or had created a narrative previously in this matter that was forwarded to the Ellis County Attorney's Office for criminal charges, correct?
Correct.
And a complaint was filed in Ellis County charging Mr. Kerr with a crime for possession of these weapons?
Yes, it was criminal use of a weapon was the statute.
Okay. And at some point, did you become aware that there was an error in your narrative and in the complaint itself with regard to the date?
Yes, I found out because I had initially put June in my report by mistake, and it was supposed to be July.
Okay. And at any time during your conversation with Larry, Donald, or Connie, was June 28th ever the date that you guys spoke about?
No, I asked about July.
Okay. July was the date that was initially reported to you.
Correct.
So it was simply just an error in the narrative that followed into the complaint.
Yes.
And that was corrected just a couple days ago in Ellis County, correct?
Yes, I gave the county attorney in Ellis County an updated report to reflect that so that they could work on amending that complaint.
Okay. Judge Drees, may I share my screen?
You may. Does Mr. Johnson know what you're going to share?
No, but it's okay.
What I'm sharing is the amended, the narrative report that was filed. It's the same as was filed in our original motion, with the exception of the change in the date. I was just going to go through that with Mr. McCullough, or Deputy McCullough.
Okay.
Deputy McCullough, are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. This case narrative that I'm showing you right now, that's marked as Exhibit A, is this the document that you had originally submitted that's got the June 28th date?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Not my screen. Okay, and then what I'm showing you right now, the case narrative that has a print date of this morning. This is the narrative that you submitted to the Ellis County Attorney's Office with the corrected date of July 28th. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And this is a true and accurate copy of your case narrative with the correct date being shown.
Yes.
State would move to omit the case narrative with the correct date of July 28th, which is also going to be included with the state motion, amended motion that'll be filed this morning.
Mr. Johnson.
I guess I don't object. I mean, he's testifying about, I don't know why we need the narrative, but I won't object.
Okay. Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Deputy McCullough, was there anything further in your investigation with regard to possession of weapons on July 28th that we didn't talk about that is important?
far as the July 28th, no.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Cross-examination, Mr. Johnson.
Deputy McCauley, did you do any kind of investigation about the relationship between Donald Yost and Mr. Kerr?
Donald had talked to me a little bit about it. Didn't sound like it was a great relationship between them, but I didn't dig too deep into that.
Okay. Did you, when you talked to the Yost, did you ever ask them if Jeremy Kerr specifically handled any weapons?
Are you talking as far as Donald or like Connie and Larry?
Well, let's talk with Donald. Did Donald say he saw Mr. Kerr handle weapons?
Yes, he stated that he saw I apologize. He saw Jeremiah carrying the guns out of the house.
Did he mention that there was another person that came,
Yes, he stated Anna came and was carrying them out as well.
but they had a third person?
Donald did not advise there was a third person.
Did Donald tell you that Mr. Kerr and his wife arrived in separate vehicles?
He did not tell me that.
Mr. Kerr was on a motorcycle?
He did not advise me of this.
Did Mr. Yost tell you that the weapons at his parents' house were Anna Kerr's weapons?
He did not advise me of that.
As far as seeing a weapon on Mr. Kerr, Mr. Donald Yost told you that was just his opinion,
He believed he had seen one.
but it would have been under a shirt and it was his opinion that he had seen one, correct?
Correct.
He didn't actually see the weapon. He saw what he believed to be an outline.
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you ask Larry Yost if Mr. Kerr had handled any weapons?
I asked them if they had came and got the weapons and they said yes.
My question is, did you ask Mr. Yost, Larry Yost, if he had seen Mr. Kerr actually handle any weapons?
I asked both if they had seen Jeremiah come and take possession of the weapons and they both said yes.
When you say take
And Anna.
possession, did you ask if he touched any of them?
I did not ask if he touched them.
Did you ask who owned the weapons?
No.
Did you ask if Mr. Kerr and Mrs. Kerr arrived in separate vehicles?
I did not ask that.
Now, you indicated you filed an affidavit to support a possible crime of KSA 216301, criminal use of a weapon,
Correct.
and that would be under, I believe, section A17.
Yes.
Do you believe that Mr. Kerr has had a protection order filed against him?
It just stated a court order, I believe.
Actually, there's three things that must be shown. A court order, that the person is under a protection order, and that the protection order stated that he was not to possess a weapon.
I spoke with Aaron Cunningham regarding the case. He advised me that this would be the statute.
And you're not a lawyer, so I'm not asking you to interpret the law, but that's the section. A17.
17 was correct. That would,
But it wasn't your determination whether or not this should have been filed. That was Mr. Cunningham's determination.
correct. I just sent the report to him.
But based upon your investigation, there's no protection order that's been issued against Mr. Kerr, where he someone else has received a protection order against him, correct?
Believe there was protection in the order concerning bond, which
Well, I'm talking about a PFA, a
a
PSA.
PFA, no.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Redirect, Ms. Muir?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. McCullough. You can stay or you can go.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Ms. Muir, your next witness.
Donald Yost, Your Honor.
Jess, could you ask Mr. Donald Yost to join us?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Hey, Mr. Donald Yost, if you would raise your right hand, please.
Give me 1 second, Your Honor. I'd like to get this while I do it.
You solemnly swear and or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the penalties for perjury in the state of Kansas.
I do, Your Honor.
Are you currently in the state of Kansas?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Go ahead, Ms. Muir.
Thank you. Can you please state your name?
Donald Wayne Yost.
And are you familiar with Jeremiah Kerr?
Yes, very familiar.
What is your relationship with Mr. Kerr?
He is my brother-in-law.
Okay, so are you also familiar with Anna Kerr?
Yep, that's my baby sister.
Okay. Where do you reside?
108 East 18th Street, Hayes, Kansas, 67601.
Okay, and do you recall on August 13th going to the Ellis County Sheriff's Department to speak with the deputy regarding an issue with Jeremiah Kerr?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the reason you went there that date?
The reason I went there is because him and Anna both carried them down to some guns from upstairs down to their Suburban while we was out eating with my mom and dad after our church. Because we went out there for a family supper. They showed up and started carrying that stuff down. I done some research. I found out what he was facing and found out he was not supposed to be around it. So that concerned me. I also was concerned about the safety and welfare of my family, and including my own parents.
Okay.
And so I went down there and I filed a report.
Okay, so let's back up a little bit.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
said you were at your parents' house after church. What day was
Yes.
that?
July 28th, it was a Sunday.
Okay, and that was of 2024.
Correct, ma'am.
And where do your parents live?
1819 350th Avenue, Victoria, Kansas, 67671.
Okay, and do you know what time you were at your parents' house that day?
We got there probably about 11:30, 12 o'clock. That's around the time we got there because it was right after church. We went to Dylan's, picked up the chicken, and went out to mom and dad's.
Okay, and what are your mom and dad's names?
Larry and Connie Yost.
Okay, and is that routine that you go there on Sundays after church for lunch, or was that special day?
We was going there routinely, but then that kind of led up with a lot of stuff that started happening after that. So meals was just basically, at least we tried doing once a month, but wasn't always successful. Sometimes we do it twice a month, but it's always on a Sunday that we would do it.
Okay, and you're confident the day that we're here to discuss was on July 28th of 2024?
Yes, verified with wife, and it was a week before my men's encounter.
Okay. And on that date, how many people were having lunch at your mom and dad's?
There was me, my wife Desiree, our granddaughter Delilah, who's 3 years old. So yeah, it was me, mom, dad, Delilah, and of course mom and dad. So yeah, that's
And
all
your
that was
wife.
out there at that time. Yes, my wife Desiree, yes.
Okay. And you said at some point, who showed up?
It would have been about 12:30, somewhere around there, because we had just sat down and ate. Anna showed, well, first Brookie and Kylie came walking in, which is my nieces. And then shortly after that, they ended up and, well, it was quite a few minutes after that, then Anna and Jeremiah come walking in.
Okay, so Brooke and Kylie, you said?
Yes, Brookie and Kylie.
Okay, is that Jeremiah and Anna's children?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so they came into the house first. Are they
Yeah.
old enough to drive, or would they have came with Jeremiah and Anna?
No, they would have came with Jeremiah and Anna.
Did you see the vehicles that arrived that day?
The only vehicle that arrived there was my truck. The neighbor across the street's truck showed up a little bit later. And then it was a white Suburban of Anna's that used to have a pink stripe on, now it's just straight white.
So you're familiar with what Anna drives?
Very.
Do you recall there being a motorcycle there?
No.
Did you actually see Anna and Jeremiah get out of the Suburban?
I didn't see them get out of the Suburban, no.
Okay, so you're in the house when the two children come in, and then Jeremiah and Anna come in the house.
That is correct.
But you didn't actually see when they pulled up to the house or got out of a vehicle?
No. I just seen when they got into the vehicle.
Okay, they come in the house, and what happens next?
Anna steps in first. She goes, sorry, we didn't give you any heads up, Mom and Dad. We didn't know if we'd actually be here or not. But we have to go real quick. So we went up there, and then Jeremiah comes following in, and they start going upstairs and start pulling down guns and ammo
Okay, what's
from
upstairs?
upstairs.
Were you
That is
aware?
actually, yeah, I was not aware there was any guns up there at that time, because we even let our 3-year-old granddaughter go up there and verified with Mom and Dad, because that's normally the playroom for the kids. So my 3-year-old granddaughter actually went up there. I don't know anything about where the guns were or anything up there. I just know that's where they were, because that's where they brought them all down from and took them out to the white Suburban and placed them in that white Suburban.
Okay, so this playroom you're talking about, that is upstairs.
Yes, ma'am.
Where you were eating is downstairs on like a first floor.
It's on the main floor. It's because the house has a living room and kitchen all in one.
Okay, but you never went upstairs to actually see where the guns were located.
No, I did not. I didn't know there was any guns up there.
Okay, so Jeremiah and Anna come in. You said they came in separately. Anna came in first, then Jeremiah comes in. Do they both go upstairs at the same time?
No, Anna stayed down there for a little bit, then while Jeremiah went up.
Okay, so did anyone else go upstairs with Jeremiah?
Anna then went upstairs with Jeremiah.
When Jeremiah initially went up, was he by himself upstairs?
At first, yes.
And for how long was he upstairs by himself?
He not very long before Anna went up there, and then she started carrying stuff down. I finished eating.
Okay.
When he walked by me, he did accidentally bump me, and there was with one of the guns while he was trying to carry it out. But it was an accident that he actually bumped me.
Okay. If you just want to take one question at a time, I'll ask you,
Okay.
and we'll get through everything. But if you just want to
Yes, ma'am.
just
Sorry,
answer
ma'am.
what I'm asking, and then we'll get to the rest of it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So Jeremiah goes upstairs. Anna goes up after. When did you first start seeing guns come down the stairs?
That I wouldn't be able to tell you an actual time. It had to be around 12:15, 12:30-ish, because we was just finishing up.
In relation to after Jeremiah goes upstairs, how much longer was it till they come downstairs with guns?
It wasn't very long. They just immediately started coming down with them. He did.
Okay. So did you ever actually see Jeremiah holding any of the guns himself?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
How many different guns do you think you saw Jeremiah holding?
I'd say there was, at one time he would have like 3 or 4 in his arms, and then it was multiple trips.
Was Anna also carrying guns herself?
Yes, she was.
Was there
And she
anyone else carrying guns other than Jeremiah or Anna?
No.
And you observed Jeremiah carrying anywhere from 3 to 4 guns a trip.
Yes. Yes.
Did you watch to see where the guns were being put after they were taken down the stairs?
Yes, because I went out for a cigarette. So I stepped outside because Dad has oxygen now. So I had stepped out for a cigarette, and they was carrying him out and putting him in the Suburban.
When you say they were carrying them out, did you see, I want to be specific, who was
Yes.
carrying them out and putting them in the Suburban?
Jeremiah and Anna.
Okay. Did you ever see Anna carry more than 1 gun at a time?
No, I did not see her carry more than one at a time. No, ma'am.
Okay. Did they both make several trips, or?
They did make quite a few trips, and there was also ammo cans.
Did you see Jeremiah holding any of the ammunition cans?
I didn't see him holding any ammunition cans. I just seen Anna holding the ammunition cans.
Okay. And where were they being placed in the Suburban?
It looked like they were setting him in the very, very back end of it, and some up in the front. Well, not the front, but right in the middle seat area.
Where you were standing outside, could you see where the vehicles were parked?
Yes, because I went out where the shed is, which is just off that way from the house, and I was right out there. And yes, I had seen exactly where they was carrying them.
Did you have any conversation with Jeremiah or Anna about the guns?
No, I did not. Because
Did
at
you
this
have any
point, I had no clue what was going on, period. I just seen a bunch of guns coming down and him having them.
You said that Jeremiah had actually bumped into you while he was carrying guns?
Yes, yes.
Just accidentally, just passing by?
Yeah, it was literally accident because Mom and Dad's house is very small in that area. And the table's like right over here, and the recliners are over here, couch is up here. It's a pretty small area.
Were you still eating while the guns were coming down, or was
When
it
they-
after lunch?
When they first came down, yes, I was just finishing up.
And the area where the Suburban was parked at, is that the common area to park when?
It's a common
visiting the
area.
house?
It's a common area where they park.
Okay. And you're confident you did not see a motorcycle in the area?
No, I did not.
Did you see Anna and Jeremiah leave?
Yes, I did.
Were they in separate vehicles?
No, they were not.
Who was driving?
It would have been Anna driving.
Where was Jeremiah?
He was in the passenger seat.
Okay, and that's of the white Suburban.
Correct.
And at that point, after they left, did you have any conversation with your mom and dad about the guns?
Yes, I did. Trying to understand why they was here. I mean, once I truly found out everything, that day, no, I did not. That specific day, I didn't, except for sending a message, hey, why were these guns up here? And we wasn't aware of it because of my granddaughter going up there.
Okay, so you were upset that there were guns upstairs that you
In the
didn't know
playroom,
about.
yes. That my 3-year-old granddaughter was going up to. Yes.
But you never had any conversation with Jeremiah or Anna about what they were doing with the guns.
They wouldn't say nothing to me. They just ignored me the whole time.
Is that normal? Do you guys not talk to each other typically?
It hasn't been, that's a normal thing now. Prior to all this happening, I'd say probably February, March timeframe, I basically got cut off from them, from my nieces and stuff.
So you guys have a tense relationship. You have a tense relationship with both Anna and Jeremiah?
Not so much Anna as Jeremiah, honestly. But Anna, yes, because of what she said.
So when you were talking with Deputy McCullough,
Mhm.
Your
Hey,
Honor,
wait,
one of
wait,
our
wait a
witnesses
minute.
popped in.
Wait a minute. Mrs. Steinkuhler?
Yes, I apologize. I closed the Zoom call and I called the clerk. She said to rejoin.
Okay. You'll need to go back into the breakout room, okay?
Sure thing.
Judge, I think I have to I don't think I can put her back in the breakout room. I
Miss
have,
Ms. Steinkuhler, do you have a phone number
Yes, sir.
that they can call you when it's time for you to get on and testify?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay. Can you give that to the clerk?
Do you want me to just call this number back and give her the number? Or right now, 7,
Okay, the clerk will give you her phone number. You can then get off the Zoom call, call the clerk and give her the number. She'll call you when it's your time to testify.
okay, thank you.
Okay, do you have the number for the clerk?
I believe it's a 9415 number.
Lindsay?
Oh, you want my number? My number is 425-6718.
I'm sorry, that's not the number I had. Let me get a note. 1 second. Uh, 785-425-6718.
6718.
And I'll give you a call. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
call her, give her your phone number she can reach you at, and she'll call you when it's your turn to testify, and then you can jump back on the Zoom hearing.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Muir.
Thank you. Donald, on that date, on July 28th, you had spoken to Deputy Ty McCullough and said that on that date, you had also observed what you believed was an imprint of a gun on Mr. Kerr's person. Can you describe
ma'am.
that for me?
It looked like it was kind of, you mind if I stand real quick, kind of show you where I seen it?
Sure.
I seen an imprint with his shirt down. He was wearing bag shirt, and it was like right in this area.
And so you were not able to see what was actually under his shirt.
No, it was just looks like an imprint, and only reason I could say that is because of my military background and observing stuff like that. But I did
So
not physically see the pistol, no.
it just looked like something that was would commonly be a pistol under someone's shirt in that area.
Yes, ma'am. And not
Were you
just the
able to
holster.
Were you able to see any specific imprinting to be able to tell it was an actual, whether it was a gun, or was it just that there was something under his shirt in that area?
I could make out like the case, like your cases leave an imprint on the shirt when it's underneath that comes up like this, where the barrel goes into, and then some parts that came off to the side like a grip handle.
And that's what you were able to, what it appeared to you to be.
Yes, ma'am.
But you would not be able to confirm that it was in fact a gun because you couldn't see under his shirt.
That is absolutely correct, ma'am.
Are you completely confident that you saw Mr. Kerr carrying guns out of your parents' home on July 28th?
Yes. No doubt in my mind. I am completely definite about it.
You saw those weapons, those guns in his hands.
Yes, I did. Desiree, my wife did, and then our neighbor across the street had came by and seen it also.
Objection, unless they're here to testify, Your Honor.
Okay, don't tell us what the neighbor said, because they're not part of this, and your wife, I
Yes, Your
don't
Honor.
believe is present either.
She is
So
not.
Yes, Your Honor. No,
just
she's
tell
not.
us what you observed and what you know.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you know what type of guns he was carrying?
They were ARs is what they looked like to me. They were black, and ARs is what they looked like.
Do you know approximately how many guns were removed by both Jeremiah and Anna?
Anywhere from 12 to 18, somewhere in there, in that range.
Okay. And just to be clear, one last question.
Yes,
The
ma'am.
Jeremiah that we're speaking of, is he on this Zoom call today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you're able to see his face on this Zoom.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me what name is listed under the box with his, where Jeremiah is located?
It says Rooks County Sheriff's Office, ROSO.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions for Mr. Yost.
Recross, cross, Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Yost, you have a very contentious relationship with both Mr. Kerr and your sister, correct?
Can't deny that right now.
In fact, the guns in question were your sister's guns, correct?
No, those were Jeremiah's.
How do you
I know
that?
that from before because of the past. Those were his guns. I recognized them.
So
Yes, him. I did have it.
if your father comes on later and testifies that they were Anna's guns, your father would be wrong?
Yes.
Was there a gentleman by the name of Tyler there that day?
No.
So if your father comes on and testifies that Tyler was there moving the weapons, he would be wrong?
That is correct.
Okay. You also mentioned something about something that your sister said. Was your sister concerned that you were going to steal those guns?
No. She didn't say nothing to me that whole time. They didn't even know he was going to be out there.
Has she since then expressed concern that she was concerned that you might steal her guns?
No.
Okay. So if your father says that, he would be wrong.
Yes.
Okay. And you testify that you didn't see Mr. Kerr drive up. You just saw them walk into the house.
That is correct.
Okay. And you said you didn't talk to your father about this the day that it occurred. When did you talk to him about it?
It would have been a few days later after I actually found out some of the pending charges. It would have been around the 11th that I found out that there was even a chance of any pending charges.
11 p.m.
No, 11th
Oh, I thought you said about
of
11.
August. No, August 11th is when I found out.
Okay. Did you find out about it from Mr. Kerr's father?
No, I heard about it from my mother
Okay.
initially.
I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Redirect, Ms. Muir.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Donald Yost. You may stay or you may go.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. You have
Thank
a
you.
blessed day.
Thank you. Your next witness, Ms. Muir.
I don't know how to
State
leave out of
call.
here. I don't
It's
have
at
to.
the very bottom on the right-hand side of the screen.
Oh, the leave. Okay.
The state would like to call Connie Yost.
Good. So Jess, we are ready for Connie Yost. Jess, we're ready for Connie Yost.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay. Connie, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand, please.
I'm a little hard hearing. You'll have to talk up a little.
Okay, Connie, would you raise your right hand, please, so I can swear you in?
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear and or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the penalties for perjury in the state of Kansas?
I do.
Thank you. Are you currently in the state of Kansas?
Yes.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Go
I'm gonna
ahead.
sit down.
Yes, you can move to the other chair. That's fine.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Muir.
Can you hear me, Miss Yost?
Yes, I sure could hear you.
Okay,
But
could you
just-
please,
Okay, now can you hear me?
we can hear you. Could you please state your name?
Okay. Connie Yost.
And
Do you
where
want
do you,
my full?
that's fine. Where do you live, Miss Yost?
Where are we living at?
Yes.
1819 350th Avenue, Victoria, Kansas, 67671.
And are you familiar with Jeremiah Kerr?
Yes, I sure am. He's my
How do you-
son-in-law.
Okay, thank you. And so is Anna Kerr your daughter?
Yes, she sure is.
And Donald Yost, is that your son?
Yes, he is.
Okay. Do you recall speaking to Deputy Ty McCullough of the Ellis County Sheriff's Department a week or so ago, a couple weeks ago?
Yes, I sure do.
Okay, and when he came, did he come to your house to talk to you?
Yes, he did.
And did he ask you about whether some firearms had been taken from your home by Jeremiah and Anna Kerr?
Yes.
And do you recall what you told him?
Well, I told him that I couldn't tell for sure, but I thought Jeremiah might have been was around the arms had the guns, but he did not touch them. He was around him. He was opening the doors for Anna and his friend Tyler to move him out to the car. They were going to move him to a place, one of their friends in Plainville.
And you told Deputy McCullough all of those details?
What?
You told Deputy McCullough all of those details?
I told him that, yes, Jeremiah was around him.
That Jeremiah was around the firearms?
Yes.
Okay. And why did you have these firearms at your house?
Because Jeremiah asked us if we could leave him there for us so that he wouldn't be around him. So he wouldn't be around him.
Okay. Did he ask you that in person?
Yes, he sure did.
How did you see Jeremiah? What date was that?
That was on a Sunday. Donnie and his family was out here. They was eating lunch, and they came out here on a Sunday. I believe it was. I don't know what date, whether it was the 26th or what it was, but it was the Sunday in last month. The last
Okay.
one.
I'm talking about, you said that he had asked you to keep the guns.
What?
How did you come into possession of the guns at your house?
Okay. It was after he got out of jail. He come up and asked if he could keep him up there for us.
So
He didn't have his.
after
He had
Jeremiah,
a-
if you can
Okay.
just hold on just a second, sorry. After Jeremiah was released from jail, he came to you and asked if you could keep his guns for him?
Yes, and he had a friend bring him up and take him upstairs. He opened up the doors for him so he could take him upstairs.
Okay. Do you know what day that was?
Golly, I don't know. I can't tell you for sure. It was just right after he got out of jail, 2 or 3 days afterwards.
Okay. So sometime in June.
Yes.
Was Anna with him when he brought the guns?
No, she wasn't. She was at work.
Okay. And who was his friend that brought the guns with him?
I think it was Tyler, but I'm not too sure whether it was Tyler or whether it was Jared. It was one of them.
What's Tyler's last name?
I have no idea.
Do you know where he lives?
Yes, he lives in Topeka.
Tyler from Topeka.
Huh?
So Tyler, and he's from Topeka.
Yes, somewhere around Topeka. I don't know just exactly where he lives, but somewhere around Topeka.
And Tyler and Jeremiah brought the guns to your house sometime in June after he got out of jail.
Yes.
Or possibly Jared.
Huh?
Or you
Repeat
said it
that,
could have
please.
been Jared.
Yeah, Jared, I don't know. Jared was one who brought the guns upstairs because Jeremiah just opened up the doors.
What's Jared's last name?
I have no idea. I
Do you
just
know where
know
Jared's from?
same place, somewhere around Topeka.
Okay. How many guns were brought to your house?
I have no idea. I didn't count them.
Was
There
it more than a
was.
couple?
Yeah, there was more than a couple.
Like
But I
maybe
don't know.
12 to 18, do you think?
No, I don't think it was quite that much. I don't know.
Okay. And when those guns were brought to your house, do you know where you put them at?
He put them in our upstairs.
Okay. Who put them in your upstairs?
His friend did. His friend carried him in and put him upstairs.
Okay. And
He
Jeremiah
held the door.
stood there holding the door.
Yes, Jeremiah held the doors.
Okay. And were you the only one home that day?
No, my husband was too.
Okay.
Larry was.
Your husband was there the day the guns were brought to the house.
Yes.
Okay. Did Jeremiah say anything about why he was bringing the guns to your house?
Because he was advised to get away from him, to bring him someplace where he was not around him.
Okay. So then the day that July 28th, that you were having lunch with your son Donald, did Jeremiah and Anna come to your house?
Yes, I did, with Tyler.
Tyler's the one from Topeka, but we don't know his last name, right?
Right.
Okay. So they show up at your house, and what happens next?
Well, they go upstairs, get the guns, take them of course, Jeremiah holds the doors again for Anna and his friend to take them and put them in the back, in their van. Excuse me if I'm stammering, but put them in the van. And then he'd come on his motorcycle, and he left on his motorcycle, so he could not be around the guns except for that part to hold the doors open for him.
Okay, so it was okay for him to hold the door open to move the guns, but not be in the same car.
Right.
Okay.
Well, the guns were in the same car, but he didn't want to be in the same vehicle with the guns.
Okay, and you said it was a van. Is it a white Suburban?
Yes, white Suburban. I call it a van.
Where was that Suburban parked at?
It was parked right north of our house.
Okay,
right
is that
in
where
our yard north of
Anna would normally park? Is that where Anna would normally park when she's visiting you?
Yes. Yes, she sure would. Her and Jeremiah both would when they were visiting. Yes.
Okay, where was the motorcycle?
He had parked at some place. I don't know just where, but I know he was somewhere around the vehicle, I think.
How do you know that?
Well, because I seen the motorcycle when he come up. I didn't really pay much attention as to where he parked it, because I was playing with my great-granddaughter and some kittens outside.
Okay, so you saw him drive up on the motorcycle?
Yes, I sure did. And I seen him leave on the motorcycle.
Okay, so were you outside the whole time?
Huh?
Were you outside the whole time? When they were at the house, you were outside the whole time?
Yeah, on the front porch.
Okay, is that where the front porch, is that where the Suburban is parked at?
It's just parked right north of it.
So you can see where the car is parked from where you were at with the kittens?
Yes, with the kittens, when we were playing with the kittens, yes.
Okay, and so you didn't see who went up to get the guns? You just saw who took them out to the car?
I seen them go in, and I didn't see them who held the doors or anything like that. But I think Jeremiah held the door because he was one who held the door for the other two to come in. And I don't know about the upstairs, but I'm sure he probably held the door open for the upstairs too, for them to go upstairs and get the guns.
So he's just walking around holding doors open for everybody, but you can't see him.
Right.
Okay.
Like I said,
You're outside.
I was out on the porch.
Who drove the
Yeah, I
Suburban?
was outside on the porch with my. Yes, I see the Suburban.
Who drove the Suburban?
Please.
Who was driving the Suburban?
Anna was.
And what vehicle was Tyler in?
Tyler went with that, was riding with Anna.
Okay. Were there any kids there?
Was what?
Were any children there?
Yeah, they're two little girls, but they was on the porch with me.
Okay, they're the ones that you were playing with?
Well, and my great granddaughter, them and my great granddaughter was here.
Okay.
I had three of them.
And did you see, you said there was a motorcycle you'd seen drive in. Did you see Jeremiah you didn't see him get off of the motorcycle?
Yes, I seen him get off the motorcycle.
But you don't know where it was parked?
No, I don't remember where it was parked because I was busy playing with the girls and the kittens.
How did you see him get off of it if you don't know where it was parked?
Because I heard it stop, and I seen him walking up to the porch.
Okay. When they took the firearms that day, did Jeremiah or Anna tell you why they were taking them?
Just that that one of their friends said they would keep them for them.
What friend?
I don't know. I didn't ask him what friend it was or anything else. I'm sorry. I didn't think to ask.
Did they have any other conversations with you about the guns?
No, sure didn't. Because we were basically visiting about the kittens and stuff like that.
Sure. Did they tell you why they thought they needed to move the guns?
Well, because he had a friend that offered to keep them for him. And he knew that we didn't really care for the guns to be around here that long.
Okay. So you didn't really want to keep the guns very bad in your upstairs.
Right.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Anna about keeping the guns? Like
no,
when you said Jeremiah and his friend brought the guns to you after he got out of jail.
Yes.
But Anna wasn't there that day.
No, she wasn't.
Did Anna ever ask you for them to keep the guns?
No, it was Jeremiah and his friend. Jeremiah asked if we would do him a favor.
Did they call you beforehand to tell you they were bringing the guns over, or did Jeremiah just show up with the guns?
They just showed up with the guns.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Larry about that and ask it? Did you have any idea the guns were coming?
No, he didn't have any idea the guns was coming either, because neither one of us did.
So that was a surprise that day when Jeremiah shows up at your house.
Yes.
With a whole bunch of guns.
Yes.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Ross, Mr. Johnson.
For clarification, you said that when Anna drove up, you were playing with your great granddaughter and Jeremiah's children?
Yes.
Hang on, Mr. Johnson. It looks like Mr. Yost is.
Jeremiah's children was with that.
Hang on, just a second. It looks like Mr.
Okay.
Yost has entered the room behind you.
You need to tell Mr. Yost to go out of the room until we're done.
I can go back.
Till it's
No, I'm
his
back
turn.
in.
Okay.
Okay, he's back in the
Repeat if you'll repeat your question, Mr. Johnson.
When Anna drove up in the Suburban, you were on the porch with Anna and Jeremy's daughters and your great granddaughter.
No, just the great granddaughter.
Okay, I just want to get clarification.
Yes, just the great granddaughter.
And when Anna stopped the vehicle, did her children get out of the vehicle?
They got out immediately, gave me a hug, and came into the house to give their papa a hug because they call him Papa.
Did you stay out on the porch?
Yes, I sure did.
Okay. And you were able to see Anna get out of the vehicle
Yes, I did.
and she was driving
Yes, she was.
and Jeremy's friend Tyler was in the passenger seat.
Yes.
And then did Jeremiah come up on the motorcycle behind them?
Yes, he sure did. But like I said, I can't tell you just exactly where he parked because I was busy with my great granddaughter.
Okay. So but you were able to identify that it was Jeremiah on the motorcycle
Yes, I sure was.
and you heard the motorcycle turn off
Yes, I did.
and then you saw Jeremiah himself walk up to the house.
Yes.
And then did Tyler and Ann go into the house?
Yes, they came in. Yes, they did come in.
Okay, did all three of them go in together or Tyler and Ann first and then Jeremiah?
I think Jeremiah came first, and then Tyler, and then Anna came. I can't tell you just what order they came in, but
You can't remember.
I believe that's the order.
So you think Jeremiah arrived on the motorcycle first?
Yes, I know he was on the motorcycle because I heard him come the motorcycle pull in.
But you don't recall who arrived first, the Suburban or the motorcycle?
The Suburban came in first.
Okay, oh, you're talking about who went into the house first. Did Anna, well, let me strike that question. When Anna got out of the vehicle, did she come up and greet you?
Yes, she sure did.
Okay. And
And she
Tyler,
gave me a hug too.
okay. And during that time, is that when Jeremiah came up?
Yes.
Okay. And he might have gone into the house first?
He might have, yes.
Now, do you recall how long Tyler, Anna, and Jeremiah were at the house?
Oh golly, I don't know, but it wasn't very long.
Less than half an hour?
A half hour to probably an hour,
Okay.
somewhere in there.
Did they visit with you at all other than that greeting?
Well, Anna did. Anna visited with me, and she helped the little girls play with the cats for a little bit. And that was after the guns was taken to the vehicle.
So after. During the time that the guns were taken to the vehicle, did you remain on the porch?
Yes, I sure did.
So you couldn't necessarily see what was going on in the house, but you were able
No,
to, but you were able to see the people walking out the door.
yes.
Okay.
I couldn't see what was going in the house, but I did see people walking out the door. Yes.
As they took the weapons to the vehicle.
Yes, I'd see that part too, since the porch was just right north of the porch.
Okay. Did you see Jeremiah Kerr walk with any weapons in his hand out the front door to the vehicle?
No, I did not.
Did you see him hold the door for people with weapons?
Yes, I should.
And who carried the weapons? Was it Tyler?
Tyler carried most of them.
And did Anna carry some?
She carried a few, but Tyler carried most of them. But like I said, I don't know how many was there, how many guns was there.
You didn't see Jeremiah carry any of them out the front door.
No, I did not see him carry any of them out the front door.
And when Anna and Tyler left, did they take the girls with them?
Yes, they sure did.
And they were in the Suburban?
Yes, they were.
Did Jeremiah get in the Suburban with them?
No, he did not.
Did he get on his motorcycle and leave?
Yes, he did.
Okay, so just to be clear, you didn't see him handle any weapons.
No, I did not.
You didn't see him get in a vehicle with any weapons.
No, I did not, because he did not do it. But right before he left, he did give me a hug goodbye.
But
Because
he
they
did-
always gave you him and Dad always gave you hugs goodbye.
You do remember he gave you a hug goodbye?
Yes.
Okay. And when Anna and Tyler arrived, you weren't eating dinner.
The others were, but I had just taken the great granddaughter out with the kittens.
Okay.
Because I had just been out, I was outside on the porch with the great granddaughter, maybe about 5 minutes or so.
Now, are you aware of any animosity between your son, Donald, and your daughter, Anna, and her husband, Jeremy?
Yes, there was some animosity between them.
And how much acrimony is there? Are they really dislike each other?
Not really dislike each other. They just were, it was kind of like when you have a disagreement and you don't care to talk.
Right. But these disagreements have gone on for quite a while, correct?
Yes, it had.
You testified that the guns were brought to your house by Jeremiah and a friend.
I testified what?
That the guns arrived at your house when Jeremiah brought them over with a friend?
Yes.
Did you see Jeremiah touch any guns at that time?
No, I did not. He was holding the doors again.
But he made sure that he didn't touch any of the weapons, correct?
Right, I did. I am sure of that.
I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Connie Yost. You can stay or you can go.
Okay, now my husband come.
Who do you want next, Miss Muir?
Just real quickly,
Okay.
also, since you guys are all at the same house, you cannot speak to any of the other witnesses about this hearing. So,
Okay, I know that. And I won't.
the state would actually like to call Anna Kerr.
Okay,
Yes.
is Anna there?
I'm sorry, I can't. I'm having a hard time hearing.
Is Anna there with you?
She's outside in her vehicle, and that's where she's been since she got this set up for us.
Okay, well, tell Anna we're ready for her testimony.
Okay,
I
can I
don't-
go out there?
Yes, you can go out there and tell her we're ready for her testimony.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Get back, Shay.
It's not your turn, it's Anna's turn now.
Okay.
Now, oh, where's my mouse? I gotta mute it again.
Are they gonna be able to put them back into the room?
Let me find out. Jess,
Yes, Judge.
can Larry and Connie Yost go back to the breakout room or not?
Um,
Technically, she's.
yes,
Oh,
yes,
they
I
okay.
can put them back.
Okay.
Okay.
They'll have to click join.
Now, Larry or Connie, you'll have to click join to go back to breakout room.
There they go.
All right.
You did it.
Anna Kerr, if you would raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear and or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the penalties for perjury in the state of Kansas?
I do.
And you're currently in the state of Kansas.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Go ahead, Ms. Muir.
Thank you. Can you please state your name?
Anna Kerr.
And what is your relationship to Jeremiah Kerr?
I'm his wife.
Okay, and that would make, we talked to Larry and Connie Yost today. Those are your parents, correct?
Correct.
And Donald is your brother.
Correct.
Okay. I wanted to talk to you real quick. Do you recall the hearing we had for bond hearing on June 18th of 2024?
Yes.
You were present at that hearing, correct?
Yes.
And you were actually sworn under oath that day.
Yes, I was.
And when you were sworn under oath, that was in relation to questions about whether there were any weapons at your house.
Correct.
And at that time, Mr. Kerr was still in custody, correct?
Correct.
And he had been since the day of the shooting in this case.
Yes.
So Mr. Kerr had not been back to your residence during that time.
No, he had not.
And that day, while he was still in custody and you were under oath, you told the court that you had removed all of the guns from your home, correct?
Correct.
And you said that you had taken those guns to your parents' home in Victoria.
Yes.
And what date did you take those guns to your parents' house in Victoria?
Oh goodness. I don't have a calendar in front of me.
The date of that hearing was June 18th. Do you know how many days before that hearing you had removed those guns?
I think it was just a day or two before that, because I had figured that he wouldn't, be allowed to have weapons, be around weapons, and I was trying to prepare the home and be hopeful that he was going to get to come home.
Sure, because
towards
he was still in custody, but you were awaiting that bond hearing that was scheduled for June 18th.
Yeah, I believe it was the weekend prior to that. His friend Tyler had actually came out, and he had planned to come out actually before. We had planned a weekend for him to come out, and we were going to go do a float trip and stuff. Tyler's kind of like a brother, non-related brother to us. Kids call him Uncle Tyler. But we had actually planned to do like a float trip before the shooting and everything happened. And so during that time, he actually still came out that weekend and offered to help me with whatever I needed done.
What's Tyler's last name?
Denny.
Can you spell that for me?
I believe it's Denny. I'm not sure if there's an extra E in there before the Y or not. I believe it's just the Y.
Where is he from?
He lives in Topeka currently.
Okay. And so you and Tyler, prior to the hearing on June 18th, you guys collected those guns and brought them to your mom and dad's house.
Yes.
Do you know how many guns you brought there?
Let's see, they would have been mine, so 6 to 8, maybe?
Okay. And you needed his help to carry those guns over to your mom and dad?
There's also a gun safe that is just a little oblong and awkward.
Okay. So you brought an entire gun safe to your parents as well?
Yes, I don't like to leave any harmful or, anything that I don't like to leave guns, firearms, anything unsecured.
Okay. So you brought the gun safe so that you could put the guns in it while they were at your parents' house?
Yes.
Okay. And you brought those guns yourself with Tyler?
Yes.
Did you call and tell your mom or dad you were going to be bringing those guns?
I talked to my parents at least once a week, if not more. And during that time frame, I actually talked to them pretty much every day. And I had asked them if, I could store my firearms there if needed. I said, I wasn't sure what I was going to need, but and they're always more than willing to help and provide anything I need.
Sure. They're always willing to help you. Your parents are.
If they're capable, they definitely are. They're kind people who always want to make sure people are fed and taken care of.
Sure.
They're just kind people in general.
And they would help you out if needed.
Yes.
And they were willing to take those guns.
Yes.
Okay. And you don't remember the date you brought them, but that you did bring them with Tyler.
I don't remember the date. I'm sorry that this whole thing has been quite a mental stressor, and I have struggled with my husband being incarcerated and loss of income and all of that sort of stuff has been a major stressor in my life. So dates haven't been super clear for me.
But you do know you brought those guns before he got out of jail.
Yes, I do.
And we know he got out of jail on June 18th.
Yes.
Okay, so if your mom testified that Jeremiah brought those guns to her house after he was released from jail, would she be wrong?
Yeah, I would think she'd be confused.
Okay. Even if she's confident that it was Jeremiah that brought the guns after he got out of jail, you think she's confused?
I think so.
Does she get confused easily?
She does.
Okay, does she have trouble sometimes remembering details?
She does at times, yes.
Do you have to refresh her memory sometimes to help her out?
Yeah. Even the kids will be like, "Oh, we just told grandma this," and and then they have to repeat it for a couple of times.
So your testimony on June 18th was truthful when you were under oath that you had removed those weapons?
Yes.
Okay. And then on July 28th, the date we're here to talk about today, do you recall going to your parents' house to remove the guns from the home?
We went to my parents' house to give back actually a sprayer was the main reason we had made the time to stop by was to return a sprayer for my dad's four-wheeler that we had. Jeremiah was fixing his four-wheeler for him, had to take the sprayer off to access it. And when we returned the four-wheeler, we forgot to bring the sprayer back. And Dad had mentioned a couple of times through our phone calls over the week or two, but that was between that he really kind of needed that sprayer back. So that's why we made kind of the impromptu visit, and we did grab some things that we still had of the kids's, because when we actually moved to the area, the kids and I stayed with my parents for about a month while Jeremiah back in Topeka at that time was still wrapping up our house and everything there so we could get ourselves moved out here and into our new home in Plainville. So we still had just a few we still have, I mean, there's even still a couple of boxes and stuff up there in their upstairs area from that we had picked up that day.
Okay. Who was all with you on July 28th when you went to your mom and dad?
I know it was me and the kids and Jeremiah. I think on July 28th it was just us four.
And that was the day you went to go grab or you went there to return the sprayer, but you decided to go ahead and grab the guns that day too?
No, I don't remember removing any guns that day.
Okay, what day did you remove guns?
I actually removed guns. It would have been, I believe, either the 7th or the 8th of August. Because my plan was to take them up to my mother-in-law's that weekend, as I didn't feel that they were safe here at my parents' house.
Okay, so when you went to remove the guns, who was all with you?
It was just me, and I dropped the kids off to spend a couple nights with my parents before school started.
Okay, so you dropped the kids off with your parents.
Yes.
And then you went ahead and grabbed the guns while you were there.
Yes.
Did you take the gun safe too?
I did not take this gun safe at that time. I actually believe that it is still up in my parents' attic there.
Okay. Who was all at the house when you were taking the guns?
It was me. My parents were the only ones that were here at their house at that time. And then, like I said, I came with my 2 girls.
Okay. So your brother Donald, he was not there when you were taking guns out of the house?
No, he was not.
Okay. And your mom, if she had testified that you, Jeremiah, and Tyler were all there when the guns were being taken and put in your vehicle, that would also be wrong?
Yeah, I'm not sure why she thought that we were all together at that point. I mean, I know that there's been many times in the past before any trouble with the law that we would come out here, especially when Tyler would visit and we would, go shooting out here in their pasture, because they do have farmland. And so, we'd go out, shoot at targets, that sort of thing. So I'm not sure if she's kind of confusing some of those times necessarily, perhaps.
If she was testifying specifically about the date you removed the guns after bringing them to her and taking gun after gun after gun out of the house, if she thought Tyler and Jeremiah and Donald were all there, that would be wrong.
I do not believe that we removed any guns the day that my brother was here, and I don't know that Tyler was here that day with us.
Tyler was just there when you took the guns there.
Yes, Tyler helped me bring the guns here.
Have you seen Jeremiah possess any guns since he was released from jail on June 18th?
No, I have not.
Do you have any weapons at your home currently?
No, I do not.
Where did you move the guns to?
From at which point, I guess, is my...
Where are the guns now?
They are at my mother-in-law's now.
And what is her name?
Cherry Steincooler.
Okay. When did you move them there?
I moved them there. It would have been the weekend of the 10th.
Okay. Where does she live?
Topeka, Kansas.
Who was with you when you took them to Topeka?
I had the 2 kids in the car with me, and Jeremiah rode up on his motorcycle.
Okay, so Jeremiah, so where did you go straight from your parents' house when you got the guns straight to your mother-in-law's house?
No, I did not.
Okay, so you got the guns, and then where did you take them?
I had a friend that told me I could leave them at on her farm for a couple of days until the weekend came where we were prepared to go to my mother-in-law's.
Okay, and what day, or what's that friend's name that you kept him at?
I'm so sorry, what was that?
What is the name of the friend you kept him at between the time you removed him from your parents' house to your mother-in-law's house?
Her name is Sarah Jorgens.
Can you spell that last name?
Jurgens.
Where is she from?
She lives in Woodston.
Okay, so you went straight from your parents' house to Woodston with the guns.
Yes, I did.
And then you went to Woodston to pick up the guns to drive them to Topeka.
Yes.
And Jeremiah drove behind you in a motorcycle.
Yes, he did.
Okay. But on the day you picked up the guns, Jeremiah wasn't with you.
No, he was at work when I came up here to bring the children because I brought them up right after school, and he was still at work at that time.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Mr. Johnson, cross.
Ma'am, you know that they originally said that this happened on June 28th?
Yes.
We're now talking about July 28th.
Yes.
Two different, we're talking about a Sunday, not a Friday.
Correct.
Okay. Because when we talked, you and I talked about this before, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Was 2 loads of guns taken up to Jeremiah's mother's house?
Yes.
Jeremiah has his own guns that he owns, is that correct?
That is correct.
And when were those taken up to his mother's house?
When he was still in prison the first time there.
When you say prison, you mean jail.
I mean, jail. Yes. Sorry.
So before he was even released, all guns owned by Jeremiah was taken to his mother's house.
Yes,
And who did that?
I did.
Now you have your own guns that you own.
Yes, I do.
And what are those guns?
I have a 380 little handgun. It's a Ruger, I believe. I also have a couple of rifles, a couple of AR style firearms as well.
And did you get those or some of those from your father?
Yes.
Okay. So your father's aware of the guns that he gave you.
Yes.
So originally you kept your guns at their house.
Yes, I did.
Okay. But Jeremiah's went to his mother's house.
Yes.
Okay. Now, there was a time when you came and got the guns from your parents' house.
Yes.
Okay. And did Jeremiah come when you were at your parents' house getting the guns? Jeremiah come on a motorcycle that day?
No, he was not there when I removed the guns from my parents' house.
Okay. And why did you decide to remove the guns from your parents' house?
There's some animosity between me and my brother, and the more I thought about it and talked about it with my mother-in-law, actually, I felt that it would be safer for my possessions to be with her rather than here, where my brother could access them, potentially take them and pawn them. I know he has pawned other items previously of his own or that he's been provided in the past. And I just didn't necessarily feel that my possessions were necessarily safe and secure here.
Were you concerned about you and Jeremiah visit your parents' house as well?
Yes, we do visit their house quite often as well. And I mean, we really don't want to do anything, that would have put us back in this sort of situation.
In fact, was Jeremiah's father living with you at one time?
Yes, he was.
And did you have to force him out of the house?
Yes, we did. And we actually had to get a PFA. We had to file for PFAs against him.
And what was your concern about him being in the house?
We had concerns for our own safety. He he had threatened to harm himself, to harm us, anytime that he was not, given his way. He was supposed to work full-time employment, pay his own car insurance, car payment, groceries. We took care of, we didn't want him to pay any rent or utilities or anything like that. We just asked that, we give him a stepping stone. He'd be able to save up to get his own place, be able to get out on his own. He wasn't working full time. So when we would say, no, we're not able to give you food or give you money for gas or for cigarettes or this or that, he would get really angry and start threatening us.
Okay, and I don't mean to cut you. Was Jeremy also concerned that some of the things he was doing might impact his bond?
Yes, I was gonna actually get to that next. Sorry. He other concerns is that he did have firearms that those threats were made with and or about, and that he also was smoking marijuana. We would smell him smoking it on our back porch, and we told him that that's not acceptable and not allowed, and it could really, just it being on our property like that could really impact Jeremiah's bond at the time as well.
It was at Rooks County 24 DM 37. Is that the case number?
I'm not sure on the case number. I don't have the paperwork here in front of me.
I'm going to ask the court to take judicial notice of Rooks County 24 DM 37. That was captioned Jeremiah Kerr versus David W. Lewis. Now getting back to,
Hang on, Mr. Johnson, let me pull it up.
okay,
And that's Rooks County.
Rooks County, filed July 24, 2024. Let me know when you're ready, Judge.
I reviewed the petition, Mr. Johnson. What else would you like me to look at?
I'm gonna ask her a few more questions on it so you understand. Now,
Right.
ma'am, there wasn't ever a final hearing on that PFA, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's because Mr. Lewis passed away.
Yes, sir. He had a stroke and did not recover from that.
There was a temporary order, but he passed away before the final hearing was set.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. But Mr. Kerr asked Mr. Lewis to leave the house so that he would not face any bond violations.
Yes, he did.
And Mr. Kerr did not, or excuse me, Mr. Lewis did not react very favorably to that.
No, he did not.
Now, going back to the weapons that you took to your friend's house, those were your weapons?
Yes.
And when did you take them to your friend's house?
It would have been the night that I picked them up, just so I could keep them there for a day, and maybe it was a couple days that I kept them there. It was the Wednesday before the 10th that I picked them up. because we were planning to go to my mother-in-law's the weekend of the 10th there.
So you picked them up from your friend's house on August 7th?
I picked them up from my parents' house on August 7th.
Parents' house.
And then that Friday, which I guess would have been the 9th,
Be just a second, Judge. I want to look at my notes real quick, okay?
Mr. Johnson, we've gone a couple of hours. Why don't we take a 10-minute break and let you review your notes?
Okay, that'll work. Thanks, Judge.
So we'll be in recess for 10 minutes. We'll resume at 11:10. Okay, we are back in Rooks County case 24 CR 10. Go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
Ma'am, what's the relationship between you and your brother?
It's been pretty rough. We actually haven't had any contact or communication since January or February of this year.
What was the nature of your dispute?
It stemmed from his dislike of Jeremiah, my husband.
Why did you decide to remove your weapons from your parents' house?
I felt unsafe with them there. My brother visits often, and I don't necessarily trust that he wouldn't take them and pawn them or do something with them for furtheration of himself.
I don't have any other questions.
Redirect.
Anna, you had kind of gotten into you were able to come up with some actual dates when you were talking with Mr. Johnson. You said on the 7th of August, which would have been the Wednesday before that weekend of the 10th, that's the day you went to your mom's to pick up the guns.
Yes.
And those guns, you said you were by yourself on that day.
Yes, I was.
Okay, and then you took them directly to your friend in Woodston.
Yes.
And then you went back to your friend in Woodston on what date?
That would have been that Friday.
The 9th
Yes.
of August.
Yes.
And what day did you take him to Topeka?
That day, the 9th.
Okay, so you went to Topeka on the 9th.
Yes.
Okay, and you left your guns with your mother-in-law in addition to Jeremiah's guns.
Yes.
And on the date of court on the June 18th hearing, when we talked about weapons in the home, we weren't discussing your weapons versus his weapons, correct?
Right. Correct.
It was no weapons are going to be in that home.
Correct.
That was June 18th.
Yes.
And you said you had taken steps to remove the guns. Your weapons you took into your mother's house?
Yes.
And do you know what date that was that you took them? You said just a couple days before the hearing?
It was that weekend, because I was like the weekend before the hearing, because I was hopeful that Jeremiah would get to come home, and I figured they wouldn't be allowed to be in the home.
And what date did you take Jeremiah's guns to Topeka to his mother?
It would have been believe that weekend as well. I had moved them all in that same weekend there.
Okay. And who helped you move those guns on that day?
Tyler?
Okay. And did he help you move Jeremiah's guns also?
Yes, he helped me put them into the vehicle.
And did he go to your mother's house with you?
No,
Okay. So Tyler never went to your mom's.
never. He came to the farm, my parents, but not Jeremiah's mom's.
Okay. Did Tyler go to your mother's house?
Yes,
When was that?
that was that weekend before Jeremiah was released.
To drop off the guns.
Yes.
But he was not there with you when you picked up the guns.
No.
And nobody was with you.
No, it was me and the kids.
But you were dropping the kids off there?
Yes, with my parents to spend a couple of nights.
And your mom and dad were both there?
Yes.
So your mom, dad, your two girls, you drop them off, and then you load up your guns and leave?
Yes.
No motorcycle there?
Not when we removed the guns, no.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Mr. Johnson.
To your knowledge, has Jeremiah ever possessed or had control of a weapon since he's been released on bond?
No, he has not.
No other questions?
Your next witness, Ms. Muir.
Mr. Larry Yost, Your Honor.
You'll need to unmute, Mr. Yost.
Yes,
Okay. Can you hear us, Mr. Yost?
yes, I can.
Okay, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear and or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the penalties for perjury in the state of Kansas?
I do.
And are you currently in the state of Kansas?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Go ahead, Ms. Muir.
Thank you. Can you please state your name?
Larry Yost.
And what is your relationship to Jeremiah Kerr?
He's my son-in-law.
Okay, and Anna Kerr, she's your daughter?
Correct.
Donald is your son?
Yes,
And Connie Yost, she is your wife, correct?
correct.
Okay, thank you. Do you remember a Deputy McCullough coming and talking to you at your home on August 14th?
I remember one talking to me, but when it comes to dates, I can't remember those.
Sure. So a couple weeks ago, in the last week or two, do you remember talking to a deputy from Ellis County Sheriff's Department?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And when he came, was he asking you some questions about whether Jeremiah had handled some firearms at your home?
Yeah, he asked if they had some here. And I told him yes. And he asked about why or removing them or something like that. You have to excuse me. I've had I have had a stroke and sometimes my mind does not remember things.
Okay.
And, but I do remember him coming and asking some questions. And I do remember him asking if Jeremiah had been back to pick him up or something pertaining to that. And I did tell him that yes, he did. And Jeremiah was with a friend that come to help remove him. I can
Okay.
remember that much of it. But I
So
do remember telling him that Jeremiah did not handle the guns. I do
Okay.
remember that.
Okay, so let's talk about that
His,
date.
okay.
Do you remember the day that the guns came to your house?
I remember them showing up with him, yes.
Who showed up with them?
It was Jeremiah and his friend brought him up. Now Jeremiah did not touch him. His friend is the one that brought him in and took him upstairs to keep him for him.
Okay, do you remember? So Jeremiah and his friend brought the guns to your house.
Yes.
Do you remember what his friend's name was?
No, I do not.
Okay, how do you remember? Had you met this friend before?
Yes, he had been out here before.
Okay, so you were
Yes,
familiar
we've had-
with them.
Yeah, they've been out here and we've prepared meals and they've ate out here.
Okay, so did you know Jeremiah was bringing the guns to your house that day?
No, I did not.
Okay, so you hadn't had a conversation with Jeremiah or Anna that they were going to bring those guns over?
No.
Okay, so were you kind of surprised when Jeremiah and his buddy showed up?
I didn't really think anything about it because I thought in my mind, I thought it was for the best since he had had charges brought against him. I did pay attention to whether he handled a firearm or not because I thought that was imperative whether he'd handled them or not. And his son or his friend brought him in. The reason I was familiar with that is because I was on the city council in Bazine, and I was also the city judge at one time at Bazine. So I
Okay.
didn't have any big deals for court, but I tried to find out some things. And that was one thing that I was real sure of, that he did not have no business having his hands on firearms.
I don't know. Usually they're
Sure.
both on the
So it
same
was important to you that court orders be followed.
team. We do not because it's a
Hey,
term.
hang on, we're getting feedback from
Or
somebody.
something.
I think it's from the jail.
It's the jail.
Okay,
Sorry. I can mute
Nope.
if you need me to.
that's all. Yeah, if you could, please.
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. So you were saying, based off your prior work experience, that following court orders was important. Is that what you were getting at?
Well, I didn't know all the court orders, but I was aware that if a person has been charged with something with a firearm, he was not supposed to handle them. And that's
Sure.
why I was watching particularly for that purpose.
Okay. And you're positive it was the friend and Jeremiah that brought the guns to the house, but Jeremiah didn't touch them.
Correct.
Was Anna there?
No,
Okay. And had you talked to Anna about whether they were going to bring the guns to your house that day?
no, I had not.
And you said, when someone's got a charge with a gun, they're not supposed to have weapons. So when Jeremiah when Jeremiah brought them to the house, was that after he was released from jail on bond?
Yes,
Okay, so he had been in jail, then he got out. Do you know how long after that it was that he brought the guns to your house?
I don't know how long it was. The only thing I know was I knew that a person has been charged with something with firearms. They're not supposed to have them in their possession. And I was trying to do, and I thought they was doing the proper thing to get him out, his ability to get his hands on them.
Sure. How many
And I
guns were there?
do know that I didn't count them.
Was there 50 or 10 or 5 approximately?
I'm not even going to try to guess.
Okay, did it take several trips for them to bring him inside?
Yeah, a few, but I don't know how many.
Where did they put him?
Upstairs.
Okay, did they just,
Hang on, let him take care of his phone.
I'm trying to stop this thing. We're getting a
You're
potential
fine.
spam. Darn things. Okay.
Okay, so you said they just put him upstairs in your house.
Correct.
Did they just like put him against a wall or lay him on the ground, or what? Where did they put him?
With my shape, I cannot hardly climb stairs. I got no idea.
Okay.
All I know is they took him up there, and Jeremiah, if I remember correctly, did not go up there. It was just his friend, if I remember correctly.
Okay. Do you remember
Because
them?
I didn't want him. I did not want him.
Okay. Do you?
I did not want him around him.
Sure. Do you keep a gun safe upstairs?
No,
Okay. Did they carry a gun safe up the stairs?
I never paid any attention. But I never seen one.
Okay.
I'll put it that way.
You didn't see a gun safe. You just saw guns coming up the stairs.
Yeah.
Okay. And so those guns were there sometime after Jeremiah got out of custody. Jeremiah and his friend brought him to your home. And do you remember on July 28th? So just not quite a month ago, do you remember your son Donald and his family being at your house for lunch after church?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And on that date, is that the day that Jeremiah and Anna came to the house to get the guns?
Yes.
Okay. So Donald was at the house when Anna came to get the guns.
Correct.
Okay. And who all came with Anna and Jeremiah that day?
Anna, Jeremiah, and one of their friends.
So Anna, Jeremiah, and one of their friends came to get the guns.
Correct.
Were the kids with them that day?
Yes.
They're girls?
Yes.
Okay. What car were they driving that day?
I call it a station wagon. It's white but they normally call it something else. But to me, a car like that is a station wagon.
Like a Suburban?
Yeah, I think that's what they're called.
Okay. That's what Anna drives normally?
Yes.
Okay. And so they came to the house, and from there, were you guys still eating lunch when they showed up?
I don't remember whether we was or not.
And did you go upstairs during that time while they were taking the guns out?
Well, like I said, way I get around now, I do not go upstairs.
Sure. Were you downstairs?
seldom.
Were you in the house when they were bringing the guns out, or were you outside?
No, I was in the house.
Okay. Did you see the guns coming down the stairs?
I sure did.
Who was carrying the guns?
Their friend. And Anna carried some of it back down.
Okay. Where was Jeremiah?
Jeremiah was taking care of the door that goes in and out of the house.
Okay. So Jeremiah, your testimony is he was not carrying the guns?
No, he wasn't.
Okay. And if Anna testified that she removed the guns all by herself in August, would that be wrong?
That would not be correct.
That's untruthful.
Yes, but with Anna, she gonna try to do what she can to protect her family.
Which would
be not to cause any problem.
Sure. So by saying that she did this all by herself, that would be helping her husband?
Objection, that calls for speculation.
No, overruled.
You can go ahead and answer the question.
You can answer the question if you know.
Well, I can't really say.
But you are positive that Jeremiah and a friend was there with Anna the day the guns were removed.
Correct.
And Donald and his family were there too.
Correct.
And Donald was there when the guns were coming down the stairs.
Yes, but he was not in the room where he would have seen it.
Where was he?
And he was in another room working on a computer for my wife.
And so if Donald testified that Jeremiah bumped into him while carrying guns on accident, you're saying that would be also not true.
In the front room where I sat, I did not see anything like that.
But could that have happened in another room or on the way out?
I don't know how it could have.
And does Donald smoke?
Yes, he does.
And are you on oxygen, sir?
Yes, I am.
So when Donald smokes, does he typically go outside so as not to create a safety risk for everybody?
Yes.
Okay. On the day the guns were brought, are you confident that Jeremiah and his friend brought the guns on that date?
Yes. I'm reasonably sure, but I can't. Like I say, I've had a damn stroke, and that's messed up I can't even write anymore.
Sure.
And that kind of messes things up for me.
Sure. Do you
and
remember?
My mind doesn't work like it used to.
I understand. Do you remember that day that the guns came to the house? Do you remember what they were driving?
No, I do not.
Okay. On the day that the guns left the house, do you remember what they were driving?
I presume it was probably that white vehicle that we was talking about, but I'm pretty well in my chair that I'm sitting in right now because I cannot get up very long and I can't go very far. And so I didn't even go to the dang door.
Sure. prior
So
to
I
today,
did not see it.
okay. And Mr. Kerr, he got arrested last week, correct? On a bond.
Yes, I think it was last week.
And have you had any conversations with Mr. Kerr since he was taken into custody?
I have not.
Have you had any conversations with Anna since that time?
Very little, just to see how they're getting along.
Okay. You guys didn't talk about the day the guns were removed at all?
No,
Have you ever talked to Mr. Kerr's attorney about the day the guns were removed?
I have not. The only time I've talked with him was when he had called and I missed the call and I called back to, and he informed us that this was going on, if I remember correctly.
Okay. Did you guys talk about the details of the day the guns were removed?
I can't remember. I didn't pay that much attention to it.
Okay. Are you currently having, I guess, have you talked to your son Donald recently?
Not for a few days, I haven't.
Are you upset with him?
Yes, I am.
Why?
This family used to get along pretty doggone good, and since he started going in and making some accusations, for some reason or another, we're not a family like we used to be.
So when he reported that Jeremiah had removed guns from the home, and that caused some issues within your family,
Correct.
and that's caused you to be upset with him.
Yes, because I felt in my thought, I thought it was best that he was gonna be safe without having access or having guns to where he had access to them. And I thought that was a benefit for him.
Why did Jeremiah tell you why they were going to move the guns out of the house?
The only thing he said is they found someplace else there's somebody that was willing to hold them for him. Hold on to them for him.
Do you remember telling Deputy McCullough that Jeremiah told you they were being moved so that you wouldn't get in any trouble?
Well, that I think I mentioned it could have been the reason. Not that it was, but it could have been.
But you told him that's what he told you was the reason.
I don't remember telling the officer that.
Why do you think you would get in trouble?
Because he was getting the firearms to where he might have access to them and getting them out of there to where we might be getting in trouble if we had them to where he could get them when he come out here.
So
and that was my fault.
Okay. But it was okay if he took him to a friend's house in Plainville where he lives.
I figured it was better for that, where it wouldn't be around where he come out here to see us.
Okay.
And so I thought it would be better.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Yost.
Ross, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah. Miss Muir just asked you about a friend in Plainville. Did Mr. Kerr tell you that he was taking the weapons to a friend in Plainville?
Well, they had somebody in Plainville.
Okay.
Or around Plainville.
That's your recollection.
Yes.
Yeah, we did talk on the phone about this, correct?
We touched on it a little bit. I can't remember what all we talked about.
But you recall having a telephone conversation with me?
I remember talking to you, yes.
If I told you that was on the 19th, does that sound about right?
It sounds about right.
Okay. Now, do you recall telling me that, well, let me ask you this. Do you recall Mr. Kerr being on a motorcycle on the day that the guns were removed from your house?
That's what my wife said, that he was on a motorcycle.
Okay. So you recall telling me that he was on a motorcycle?
Yes,
Okay. And your testimony today is that you got that information from your wife?
correct.
Okay. And she told you that
My
before?
wife, well, my wife and my daughter, she also said that Jeremiah out on a motorcycle.
Okay. But you were inside, so you didn't see him drive up.
Correct.
Now, from your vantage point where you sat on the chair, could you see who went up the stairs and came down the stairs?
Yes, I could.
Okay. Do you recall how long Jeremiah and was it Tyler that was with them?
I can't remember the name. I can't remember names anymore.
Okay. But it
You know,
was,
if I've known them for a long time, then it takes me a long time to be able to remember their names.
oh, okay. But he definitely had a friend with him.
Yes.
Okay. And if I would, well, let me strike that. Did you watch Jeremiah, Tyler, and Anna the whole time that weapons were being removed from the house? Going up and down. Were you
I
able
seen,
to, no, let me strike that so you can understand the question better, because you testified that you stayed in your chair so you couldn't see what was being done upstairs, correct?
correct.
But were you in your chair the whole time that trips were being made to out the door?
Yes.
Okay. And was it your testimony that you don't recall Mr. Kerr? Let me turn that off, Judge. Sorry. That you don't recall Mr. Kerr going up the stairs?
No. Well, I take that back. Yes, he did. There towards the end, there he had to pick up a box that they had left some other things and had some, I don't know what all in it. But it wasn't no firearms. I know that it pertained to belonged to the kids or Anna.
Okay, so
You know,
when
like clothes or something.
when he went up the stairs, all the firearms were already out of the house?
Correct.
And what he picked up upstairs was something for the kids or for Anna?
Correct.
Did you at any time see Mr. Kerr handle firearms?
No, I did not.
And is it your recollection that your son Donald was in a different room?
Yes.
Could he see the stairs from the room that he was in?
He could not.
How long did it take Anna and the friend to get the firearms out of the house?
I never timed it. I'm guessing 20, 30 minutes. I don't really know because like I say, I didn't time it. I didn't even give it a thought.
Okay. Now, were you familiar with the firearms that were in the house?
No, not really.
Did you understand them to be Anna's firearms?
That's the way I understood it.
Were those some of those firearms, were there firearms that you had given to her?
Some of it was, but I don't remember what all I'd given to her. I can't name them because I have given some to some of my other kids. So I can't tell you because I didn't keep track of what I was giving to who.
Okay.
I gave them that was it. It was done.
Going back to the time the firearms were brought into the house, you testified that Mr. Kerr came with a friend.
Yes.
Was it the same friend as helped take the firearms out of the house?
All I remember is there was another fellow, and it was a friend of Jeremiah's. That's all I remember.
Okay. And is it also,
You know, as far as who it was.
is it also your recollection that during the time that Jeremiah and his friend was in your presence, Jeremiah Kerr never handled a firearm?
No, he did not. Them things I can answer for sure.
Now, the layout of your house, where you're sitting at, how far are you away from the front door?
Probably give or take 5 feet.
5 feet? And where are the stairs to the upstairs?
Well, if it'd be all right with you, I can turn this thing I got the computer on and show you where the front door is and also where the stairs are.
Is that all right with the judge?
That's fine. Go ahead.
sir. Okay, that right off over your shoulder is the front door?
Correct.
Okay,
Now I'll go over to the other for stairs. I shouldn't have done that. I dropped something. There's the stairway.
and I can't quite make out, where is it, sir? Is it past that doorway? Can you move your computer just a little bit? Are the stairs right by that black chair? I don't think you can hear me.
I think he might have trouble hearing now that it's turned. Are you?
Sir,
Hey, Connie.
can you hear me?
This dropped. I need another set.
You what?
I need the other set. This
Yeah.
dropped.
Oh, okay. Let's see where the plug is over here. Tangled up.
I'm sorry about that. I had a little accident.
Can you hear us, Mr. Yost?
No, I knocked the speakers for the speaker off and broke it.
Okay, can you hear us now?
Yes.
I wasn't really able
Did you
to,
see that?
I wasn't really able to identify the stairs. Were they right in front of that black chair?
Yes.
Okay. I couldn't tell if those were stairs, but does the court understand where the stairs are?
Yes.
Okay. So from your vantage, from your vantage point in the,
I gotta do something first.
I can't tell if he can hear me.
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. Are you ready to continue?
Just a minute. There. Okay, I got
Yeah.
it straightened out.
My wife was straightening things out so I'd have it. Now we're good.
All right. So from your vantage point in the chair, you can see from the front door to the base of the stairs.
Correct.
So you saw everyone that walked in the front door and went up the stairs. And
Correct.
anyone that came down the stairs and out the front door.
Correct.
So Mr. Donald Yost said that he got bumped by Jeremy Kerr, who was carrying firearms. You would have seen that, correct?
Correct.
And did you see that?
I did not.
You never saw Mr. Kerr with any firearms.
Not at all.
Do you think Donald is trying to get Mr. Kerr in trouble?
That's my assumption.
And at any time that people were taking firearms from the base of the stairs out the door, was Donald in the room?
I never seen any of it.
You're going to have to be more specific. Did you ever, my question is, did you see Donald in the front room or where he could see what was going on?
Not to my, any time that I seen it, I didn't.
Okay. Do you recall telling me that you thought that the firearms were taken from the house the day before the officer came to see you?
It was along there sometime. It might have been a little before. I don't remember because I don't try to keep track of the dates and that.
Okay. So you don't remember the date that it occurred? Is that correct?
Correct.
And you don't necessarily remember what date you told me you thought it occurred?
No, I do not.
Okay, fair enough. When the officer came to talk with you, did he ask you specifically if Mr. Kerr had handled the guns in any way?
If I remember correctly, I don't. I think if I remember correctly, I think he asked if we've seen him handling the guns, and I said no.
Okay.
That's the best of my recollection.
Your recollection is you told the officer that you had not seen Mr. Kerr handle guns,
Correct.
but you did confirm that the guns were taken from the property.
Pardon?
You did confirm that guns were taken from the property.
Yes.
I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Redirect, Ms. Muir.
Mr. Yost, when you were showing us kind of the layout of your house, where is the table where you eat at located?
It's in the same room just to the south of where I sat.
Okay, so it's right next to the stairs.
No, it's on the south side of the room.
Okay,
The
can you
stairs,
turn your
the
computer?
the stairs is on the west side of the room. On the north,
Stairs are on the west side.
on the north of the room.
Okay, where's it? Could you point to where the table is? Can you show us? So that's right by where the, can you turn the computer without, sorry,
Well,
without,
don't have him disrupt the computer.
right, okay.
The stairs, the table's on the other side of the computer in the same room.
Okay, so
Yes.
it's the table's directly opposite of you,
Correct.
and the stairs are on the opposite side of the room as you.
Yes.
And there's not a whole lot of space between the stairs and where the table's at, right? That's not a big room.
Correct.
Okay.
No.
I don't have any further questions for this witness. Thank you.
Any recross, Mr. Johnson?
Yes. Your recollection of that day was Donald Jost was not at the table. He was on a computer.
Yes, we had another room. We call it the computer room. And he was working on a computer.
You have a direct sight line of the table from your chair.
Okay, from our table to the room would be to the west and to the north and then back to the west.
But your recollection is he was in the computer room.
Correct.
And how do you recall that he was in the computer room? Did he tell you he was?
No, I recall because I seen him go in. And I seen him that he was in there when I went to the bathroom once, and he was in there working on a computer.
Was he doing something for you?
No, it was for my wife,
Okay.
if I remember correctly.
But
I
something
don't remember what. He's done things for me and also his mom.
Okay. But your recollection is he was working on something for his mom?
If I remember correctly, but I don't remember whether it was for me, my benefit, or for hers.
Is it your recollection he was in the computer room the whole time that Anna, Jeremiah, and their friend was there?
Yes.
And do you find that, well, let me strike that. You had testified that Anna, Jeremiah, and Donald don't get along, correct?
Correct.
So would it be unusual for him to stay in a room and wait for them to leave?
Well, we hadn't been coming across anything like that, but it's possible, so they wouldn't be together.
I don't have any other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Yost. You can stay or you can go.
Okay.
Any additional witnesses, Ms. Muir?
Ms. Hecker, please.
Ms. Hecker, you'll need to turn off You're mute. There you go. Will you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear and or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the penalties for perjury.
Yes.
Thank you. And you're in your office in the Ellis County Courthouse?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Muir.
Thank you. Could you please state your name?
Jordan Hecker,
And where are you employed?
the 23rd Judicial District Court Services.
And are you supervising Mr. Kerr on bond in this matter?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And what date did Mr. Kerr go on bond with you?
I believe June 18th.
Okay. And did you review the order concerning bond that was filed in this matter?
Yes, I did.
And specifically, did you see the order that Mr. Kerr was not to possess any weapons?
Yes, I did.
Is that also a condition of bond?
Yes.
On bond supervision?
Yes, it's on his bond supervision agreement.
So even if he, if that hadn't been a specific instruction and order of the court, that was already in your bond supervision agreement?
Correct.
And did you review that with Mr. Kerr?
Yes, I did.
What day did you meet him to review that bond supervision agreement?
June 18th.
So the same day he was released, he would have went straight to meet with you?
Yes.
Okay. Did he have any questions about what that meant about no possession of weapons?
Not to my knowledge.
Were you in court the date of the order concerning bond hearing took place?
Yes, I was.
Did you hear the testimony of Miss Anna Kerr where she testified that she had removed all of the weapons from the home?
Yes, I did.
Did Jeremiah ever at any point when he was placed on bond with you tell you that that information was not true and there were still guns in the home?
No, he did not.
At any point, did he tell you he would need to remove some guns with the help of a friend to take them to his in-laws' home?
No.
So your understanding was at no point during your bond supervision did Mr. Kerr was he around weapons or in possession of them?
Correct.
At any point, did he have a conversation with you that they were going to move the guns from where Miss Kerr had testified they were located at her parents' to his parents' home, his mother's home?
No.
That wasn't a conversation you had?
No.
And if he were to have assisted with the movement of guns from one location to the other by being at the location where the guns are and holding the door open for people to move those guns around, would you consider that a violation of bond?
Yes, I didn't want him to have any possession or to be around any firearms or weapons.
So it wouldn't necessarily even be just that they're in his hands or in his pocket. It's that he's not around them purposefully.
Yes.
And you received a report from Deputy McCullough stating that he had received information that Mr. Kerr had in fact possessed firearms while on bond. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in response to that, did you attempt to make contact with Mr. Kerr to discuss that?
No, I waited until our scheduled appointment to speak with him.
Okay, so you had a scheduled appointment with him after you had that information?
Correct.
And did you have a conversation with him about it?
I did before he went into custody.
And what was that conversation?
I told him I was aware that there was a report made with the Ellis County Sheriff's Department. They were wanting to charge him with a new felony charge of the criminal use of weapons. And I asked him about that, and he denied having any possession of any weapons and basically said there was not proof that that happened.
Did at any point you search or do any type of search to determine if there's any weapons at his home?
I explained to him his options, that I could go search his residence if he allowed it, but that would not be changing my decision for him to go in custody at that moment. So he then decided he wanted to speak to his attorney first.
Okay. Is it your recommendation, based on the information provided to you by Deputy McCullough, that Mr. Kerr's bond should be revoked and that he should remain within the Rooks County Jail at this time.
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson Cross.
Ma'am, is it fair to say that you have no independent information about Mr. Kerr's violation or possession of a weapon other than the report from the officer?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't search his house.
Correct.
Mr. Kerr denied possessing a weapon.
Correct.
So you base that recommendation solely on what information or lack of, whatever information the officer put in his affidavit.
Correct.
Okay. Now, outside of the firearm violation, since Mr. Kerr has been on bond, has he been compliant with his bond conditions?
Yes, he has.
He immediately found a job.
Yes.
He worked well at his job. His employer was happy with him. Is that correct?
I did not verify that.
Okay. But you don't have any reason to believe that's not correct.
Sure.
Okay. Do you know who his employer is?
Tom's Machine.
Okay. And do you know who his direct supervisor is?
The name escapes me right now, but I believe it might be Cole because he was almost on this hearing.
Cole Younger?
Yes.
Okay. And you know if Mr. Kerr is released, you know if he has a job?
I do not know that information.
Okay. But you don't have any reason to believe that he's lost his job yet, do you?
Not at this point.
Okay. Mr. Kerr was also to get a drug and alcohol evaluation,
Correct.
and he was compliant with that.
Correct.
And he's followed, I don't know if he's completed all the recommendations, but he'd been following the recommendations of the drug and alcohol evaluation, correct?
He had been attending outpatient.
As which was the recommendation.
Directed. Yes.
And he made his appointments with you?
Yes.
And before this incident, this report that you got, do you feel like the two of you had a pretty good working relationship?
We had an understanding of what was expected for bond supervision.
He did what you told him to, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware of the trouble he was having with his father?
Yes.
And he tell you he was concerned because he was on bond?
There were some concerns about his father's actions at his residence. Yes.
Right. Where I'm getting at is he took steps to make sure that he was compliant. He didn't want to get in trouble on his bond, correct?
Yes.
Had you given him any random drug tests, UAs, urine tests?
Yes.
Did he pass those?
The first one still had THC in his system, but that went out of his system as he progressed with his UAs.
So based on your understanding of how it works, his first test had a little bit of THC, but then further tests, he came up negative.
He was still positive, but for a medication that he was able to provide a script for. So negative, basically.
Nothing that triggers a bond violation.
Correct.
He had a script for one of the medicines.
Correct.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Hecker. You may stay or you may go. You probably should stick around. Okay. Your next witness, Ms. Muir.
I have no further witnesses, Your Honor.
Mr. Johnson.
I'm gonna call Sherry Steincooler.
I will give her a call.
Mr. Johnson, how many witnesses do you intend to call?
I have Ms. Steincooler, and then I'd like to go in a breakout room and talk with my client, and I may or may not have him testify. And
We've gotten into the lunch hour. Do we need to break for lunch and come back after lunch?
we possibly have 30, 45 minutes left. I'm free after lunch. I can go through lunch as well. I don't personally care.
Ms. Muir.
Your Honor, I believe I am free after lunch as well. I'm free until about 3:15.
Ms. Hecker.
Your Honor, I'm available to work through lunch or after lunch as well.
Even if we take a lunch break, we'll be done by 3.
Well, I don't want to inconvenience everybody to work through their lunch hour if we're going to go another 45 minutes. But I need to hear from the witness if she's available.
If I may, the reason she's probably taken so long is because she probably had to go back to work. So she's going to be right now trying to get there. She is right there. Yeah.
Hi guys. Hi, sweetie.
Mama.
Hey, Ms. Steincooler, we're talking about whether we break for lunch or keep working.
I'd like if we could just get it done because I really need to get back to work. Not that I don't care about the situation, I do, but my husband had a stroke and I'm the only one paying the bills on my side. And now, as you can see, my son's incarcerated and I may very well have to pay his bills as well. I got to keep my granddaughters fed and housed. So I'd like to get back to work.
Mr. Johnson, how long do you anticipate Ms. Steincooler's testimony to be?
It won't be very long, Judge, 15 minutes.
Okay. Ms. Steincooler, would you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear and or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the penalties for perjury in the state of Kansas.
Yes, sir, I do.
Are you currently in the state of Kansas?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
Please state your full name, ma'am.
Cherry Lynn Steincooler.
And you are Jeremy Kerr's mother?
Jeremiah, yes.
Jeremiah, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
And currently you live in Topeka?
I do.
Okay. And are you employed, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
And what's your employment?
I'm a marketing and events coordinator for a casino in Mayetta, Kansas, and I also own my own business as a real estate agent.
So you stay pretty busy.
I am extremely busy, and as I stated earlier, my husband had a stroke in October, so I also manage and operate his care.
Now, you're aware of what's going on with your son right now?
Yes, I'm pretty frustrated with it.
Okay. Now, specifically, are you currently holding firearms that?
Yes, I believe I have all of our family's firearms at this point, every bit. I don't think there's anything left out there.
Okay, let's stick with the questions that I have, okay?
I'll do my best.
You have firearms how did these firearms come into your possession?
So there's been a couple of different trips that was required. The first time We have some,
Let's just go slow. Who brought the firearms to you?
Anna brought me my son's firearms, back in June when he was in jail.
Okay, let's talk about that right there. There was a time when Anna, his wife, brought firearms to you?
Yes, my daughter-in-law.
Okay, and did she tell you whose firearms they were?
Yeah, my son had been in jail and he needed to get out. And try not to answer more than you're asking.
Well, I don't want you to not answer. I just want to stick to, I want to stick to guns that you come from Jeremiah or Anna, okay?
Okay.
You previously said all our family's firearms. Was that people other than Jeremiah and Anna?
No, Jeremiah and Anna and my husband and myself, that's all of our family.
Okay, just yours. Okay. That's where I wanted. So at one time in June, Anna brought some firearms to your house.
Yes, sir.
And at the time that she came to your house, did you know where Jeremiah was?
Yes, he was in jail.
Okay. And she told you that she needed to get guns out of the house, or what did she tell you why she brought those guns?
Well, at some point, I don't know, I feel like it was kind of my idea, but maybe, I don't want to talk badly, but they were at her parents are very sweet, but they don't really have the wherewithal to be guarding and protecting something of such value. And I don't feel comfortable with them there. And so I also know.
Ma'am, I'm not asking about where they came from. I'm asking if she told you why she brought them to your house.
Yeah, well, they were brought because my son was in jail and he couldn't come home without them being they can't be at home.
Okay.
With them.
So he was in jail. She brought the firearms to you. You agreed to take them, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Ma'am, are you in a moving car or is your car stationary?
No, my car is stationary. I'm at work parked. Thank you.
You're parked. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
Okay. Now, was there additional firearms delivered to your house after June?
Yes.
And when did those firearms come to your house?
Yeah, just a couple of, like, the 9th.
And who brought those to your house?
Anna. Well, Jeremiah came as well. He was on his motorcycle and I took the kids to a theme park the next day. But she brought him up in the Suburban.
She had them in the Suburban. Jeremiah was on a motorcycle.
Mm-hmm. And it was the 9th because I have tickets for Worlds of Fun on the 10th. I took them the next day.
Did she tell you whose guns those were?
Yeah, those were her guns from her. Well, they're just hers. I don't know if her dad gave them to her or if they were ones that she bought. I'm not sure.
But she told you they were her guns.
Yeah, the ones that came on the 10th. Really nothing of value should be stored at the Yost right now. They need to
Well, that's fine.
be
You've answered the question. Where are the guns right now?
I have them in my own safe in my home, and they're set to go into a temperature control, a climate controlled facility, a storage facility soon.
You've made arrangements to put all the weapons in a storage facility.
I'm working on that right now. Well, this week, next week.
Will that be a locked facility?
Yes, sir. It'll have a code that only I will have.
When Mr. Kerr and Anna Kerr came to your house on August 9th, did Jeremiah handle any firearms?
No, Anna came up in the Suburban and brought him in, and I don't know if I guess he stopped at his buddy's house for a little bit first. So Anna and the girls were at my house for a little bit beforehand. And
when this buddy had Tyler?
Yeah, Tyler. He lives in Topeka. I took him to Worlds of Fun with us the next day. He's a close friend of our family.
So if I understand your testimony correctly, the weapons on the 9th were unloaded and stored away before Mr. Kerr ever got to your house.
Yeah.
Then you're willing to maintain all the firearms in a locked facility that only you have the code for?
Yes, absolutely.
During the time that you've had the firearms, has your son Jeremiah had any access to them when they were in your possession?
Absolutely not. He's only been to my house the one day on the 10th or on the 9th. And the next day we were in Kansas City the entire day. And they went home that night and of the 10th. But the night before that, they actually slept in the Suburban outside because he was very cognizant and very aware and very careful. He was adamant that he didn't want to violate his probation. As far as I know, he's been extremely cautious not to make any violations. My son's always been more of a rule follower than I am, and I hold state licensure for gaming commission and real estate.
I don't have any other questions, Judge.
You have cross, Miss Muir.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Steinkühler. You may stay or you may go.
Thank you. I would love to stay and support, but I do need to get to work.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Any additional witnesses, Mr. Johnson?
I would like to talk to my client, and because things have changed from what the original allegations were.
Okay. Let's take a lunch period. Ms. Hecker, you can be back at 1:30. Ms. Muir, you can be back at 1:30?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Johnson, you and your client can be back at 1:30?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Yost, you're welcome to come back at 1:30. You don't have to, your choice.
Thank you.
But you're welcome to get back on. It'll be the same coordinates. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. And obviously, Miss Mojo, you can be back at 1:30.
I will, yes, Your Honor.
And Ms. Kreider. Okay. Let's break till lunch. Let's get back on at 1:30. Mr.
Can I
Johnson.
just,
Oops.
sorry, I was just gonna make sure someone with dispatch was, I'm assuming someone standing there that heard that we're coming back at 1:30.
Yes, I do have that. I also have a High Plains Mental Health at that time, and I will figure that out, but we will be back at 1:30.
Thank you.
Okay. Have you got the other hearing scheduled?
My other 1:30 appointment,
Yeah.
yeah, it's been scheduled for some time.
It is by Zoom also?
Yes, but I do have, I believe I can get it worked out.
Okay.
So
Thank you for working that out.
I'm very hopeful and optimistic at this time, but not making a promise.
Yeah, if you need to start that hearing first and have us come on at 1:45, that's fine too.
I'm going to do my best to get us on right at 1:30
Okay.
and then work that out. So yes, we will do our best to be there.
Okay, let's get back together at 1:30. That may have to change a little bit for the other hearing.
Do you want me to speak with him right now or right when we get back on at 1:30?
You need to speak with him now.
That's what I was thinking. So can we
Yeah.
go to a
Yeah.
breakout room or he can call me? I just need to know how we're gonna do it.
Can he have access to a phone to call his attorney?
He has the phone in his cell.
Okay.
Okay,
Just call me when you get back to your cell, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
okay.
Thank you, everyone.
And we'll be back at 1:30. Okay, Miss Muir, do we have everybody you need?
I believe so.
Mr. Johnson, do we have everyone you need?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Kerr, we're still on a Zoom hearing. You're still agreeable to doing the Zoom hearing?
Yes, Your Honor, I am.
Have you had sufficient time to speak to Mr. Johnson?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, your next witness.
Can I call Jeremiah Kerr, please?
Mr. Kerr, would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear and or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the penalties for perjury in the state of Kansas.
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
Please state your full name.
Jeremiah Mason Kerr.
And you're the defendant in this matter.
Yes, I am.
And up until the time you were arrested, you were on supervised bond.
Yes, sir.
Let's go back to the case that you're on bond for. When were you arrested on that case?
I believe it was June 4th. Would have been a Saturday. First weekend of June, I believe, June 4th. But I don't have that in front of me.
Okay. Do you recall how long you were in jail?
I believe it was about 12 days.
And what day were you released?
I believe the 17th or the 18th. It was a Wednesday.
And as part of your conditions of bond, you were to be supervised by court services?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And who was your supervising officer?
Jordan Hacker.
Okay. And are you familiar with the terms and conditions of your bond?
Very much so.
Okay. One of your terms and conditions were that you were to get employment. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And are you employed?
Yes, I was employed the very next day of release.
And where do you work at?
Tom's Machine Shop and Welding Service.
And what do you do there?
A little bit of everything. I do, I weld. I also fix oil pump units and travel on a pulling truck. Like I said, kind of a little bit of everything. A lot of manufacturing of metal and welding and fixing pump units.
And how many hours a week do you typically work?
It varies from about anywhere from 40 to about 50 or 55.
And as far as you know, as of today, you're still able to go back to that employment?
Yes, sir.
Now, during the time that you were out on bond, did you take steps to fully comply with the conditions of your bond?
Yes, I feel like I took more than enough steps to make sure that I was in no violation whatsoever.
What steps did you take to ensure that you were in compliance with your bond?
Well, the first thing I can say is that I believe I was over communicative with Jordan Hecker about my whereabouts. I told her anytime that I was going to be leaving town, even for, you know, the slightest distance for work. I was told to go through drug and alcohol treatment classes, and I set it up the very next day. There was even comments made to me about how, wow, that was prompt and quick. I have also, I've taken a lot of steps to distance myself from any firearms. I've taken a lot of steps to distance myself from any drugs. And that's been well documented as well. And I've talked with Jordan Hecker about that as well.
Now let's talk about steps that you've taken to distance yourself from any drugs. You had some concerns about your father?
Yes.
What was the circumstances around where your father lived?
My father was living with his mother for the last 25 years, and she recently passed away. He had pled to me for help and wanted to get out of Lawrence, Kansas. So I offered to give him assistance and provide a stepping stone for him to come to my property and live with me so that I could get him up on his feet and start his new life out in this area in Rooks County.
And he lived in your basement?
He did.
So basically he had his own residence in your basement.
Yes.
But when you were placed on bond, did you tell him that you had conditions of your bond and he also needed to comply?
Yes, I did several times, and it's documented with the local police department. And I have several text messages showing that I had communicated to him that there were to be no drugs or alcohol on my property whatsoever. And because of his lack of willingness to comply with my request, we actually decided that the best thing to do was to serve him with a notice to vacate the property.
But you asked him to leave and he would not.
Yes,
So you began eviction proceedings?
I did.
And is that when he threatened you?
Yes.
And this was all because you very much didn't want anyone to think you were violating your bond.
Yep.
Now, as regards to the firearms, the main crux of this, when you were in jail, you had firearms at the house before you went to jail. Is that correct?
I did.
And what happened to those firearms while you were in jail?
They were taken to my firearms were taken to my mother's house while I was incarcerated. I believe that would have been June, maybe around the 14th or 15th, but I don't have that date in front of me.
And you weren't a part of that because you were incarcerated.
Correct.
And when you say your firearms, you have firearms that you and your wife understand are yours? And does she
Yes.
have firearms that you and your wife understand are hers?
Yes, they're actually in her name.
Okay. Do you know what firearms she has?
Yes, I do. Would
And
you like
what-
me to list them?
Yeah, what firearms does she have?
She has a Ruger LCP 380 handgun. She has a Marlin Model 60 .22 rifle. She has a Smith & Wesson M&P 1522 sporting rifle. She has a Ruger AR 556 sporting rifle. And she also has a 20 gauge, a Ducks Unlimited 20 gauge shotgun that was handed down from her father. And a 22, let me not misspeak here, a German sporting gun Firefly 22 pistol. And I believe that's all of them.
And those guns were not taken to your mother's house in June.
Correct.
To your recollection, where were those guns at?
Those guns were taken to her parents' house.
You know,
That
when
would have
did-
been Connie and Larry Yost.
Do you know when she did that?
That would have been around the exact same time that my firearms were removed from the house.
It was her firearms in your house when you were released from jail?
Absolutely not. And I'd like to also just state that I've made it clear that I'm open to having anybody come into my house. As a matter of fact, I thought that the conditions of bond were that they could come in and search at any time. So that was a really big concern of mine with my father being there and having weapons. I did not want them on my property because obviously I did not want to end up here. So
when you got out of jail, your wife's firearms was at her parents' house?
yes,
Do you know how? Oh, I see Mr. Orr's joining, Judge.
Okay.
You were not part of getting the firearms to Larry and Connie Yost's house?
no,
Did you hear the testimony about July 28th?
I did.
There's a lot of different stories. Do you recall July 28th?
I do.
Okay. And July 28th was a Sunday?
I believe it was, yes.
And what, did you go over to the Yost house on July 28th?
Yes, I had met my wife there for a family. They call it dinner, but it would have been around lunchtime. I had met her there, her and my children. I had met her there on my Harley Davidson.
Okay, so you rode your Harley and she drove, taking in a white Suburban?
Yes,
And what the purpose of you going there was to eat dinner?
yes.
So tell the judge, to the best of your recollection, what happened that day.
Well, she had got there before me with the children. I had met her there. I had a couple of errands to run that day. But she wanted to meet there and kind of surprise her parents to have dinner or lunch, if you will. So when I had got there, I had pulled up on my Harley and she was on the porch talking with her mother. At that time, I had realized that, well, as soon as I pulled in, I had realized that her brother's truck was there. And, you know, as it's been, go ahead.
Was that unexpected?
It was.
Okay, go
It was.
on.
And so when I had first pulled up onto the property, I had noticed that her brother was there. She was on the porch with my children and her mother. They were having a discussion. And when I got off my motorcycle and came up to the porch, she had told me that, I don't feel comfortable with, I've got a lot of stuff upstairs that she had been keeping at her parents' house, including her firearms. But she said that she did not feel comfortable knowing that her brother was just showing up there randomly. She had stated to me that she had went upstairs and the lights were on and some of her things were moved. And so when I got there, she stated that she would like to remove some of the property to make sure that it wasn't being tampered with or taken from her parents' property by her brother. I then expressed to her that I did not want to move firearms in front of her brother. At this point, the whole family had been keeping my original case from her brother because we were a little afraid of this kind of situation happening. So when I got there, she expressed to me that she would like to move some of her property. And I told her that I did not feel comfortable moving the guns, especially in front of her brother, to be quite frank. But we did remove some property, and I could list that for you, what was moved if you'd like.
What was moved or removed from
Yep.
her parents' house?
She had several boxes, one of which had some items from our children's birth in them. Some little trinkets, some little cards with baby footprints on them, baby shoes. She also had 2 boxes which contained stuff from her, I guess you'd say adolescence, maybe her teenage years. One of the boxes had several photo albums of her teenage years that she felt like she wanted to have back into our life. The other box had a lot of jewelry and kind of, I guess you'd call them trinkets, maybe, that she was concerned about, stuff that had been handed down to her, and stuff that she had accumulated over the years. There was a blue Fender guitar that was in a soft bag, a soft Fender bag, blue Fender guitar, and there was a kind of a trapper keeper or binder, maybe you call it, that had a bunch of DVDs and movies and CDs. And that was the only thing that was moved on the 28th.
Was your friend Tyler there that day?
He was not.
How long did you stay at your in-laws' house?
On the 28th, we made it pretty quick. I think it was probably about a half an hour or so, just because of the situation between all of the family and her brother, and it was pretty uncomfortable. So we got out of there pretty quick.
Where did her brother go when you guys arrived?
He disappeared pretty quickly. I hadn't originally seen where he went. He had went somewhere. As soon as we walked in the door, he left, but I did not see where he went. And somehow after I carried down 2 boxes, he was in the computer room. So I'm assuming he went maybe outside first, but I'm not 100% sure where he disappeared to right off the bat.
Did you have any interactions with him?
None whatsoever.
How long has there been friction between your family and your wife's brother's family?
Well, just to be clear, it's not really the families. It mainly stems from his opinion of me. He from the very beginning, about, I would say, almost 12 years ago, from the time I met him, he had made it pretty clear that he was not fond of me, and that he did not want me in his sister's life. That's been made very clear over the years by him to me.
So
And
he specifically dislikes you.
yes,
Now, according to your testimony, your wife's weapons were still at her parents' house after after you left on July 28th.
they were.
And did your wife make a determination to move those weapons?
She did at some point, and following, I believe, maybe about 10 days later.
And what did she decide to do?
She decided to remove the firearms, and she did that alone. I can also, we have her Google Maps that show that she had went there on, I believe, the 7th. And I was at work. She had taken the children to visit, because we had plans that I had cleared with Jordan Hecker previously that week to go and see my mother in Topeka. Her plan at that point was to remove her firearms and take them to be stored with my firearms at my mother's house. I told her, oh, go ahead.
Oh, okay, go on. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. I just, not to be too long-winded, but I had made clear to her that I didn't want any involvement in that, and that I do not want to be in the same vehicle. So that's when we had made plans. She had taken briefly her firearms to a friend who I believe lives in Woodston for just a few days. And then she was given actually she left them in the vehicle and then was given a ride back to our house. We have multiple vehicles. And then on Friday the 9th, I had drove her on my motorcycle to go and get her car. And then that's when we drove back to Plainville, got my children, she loaded the rest of the car, and we kind of convoyed back to Topeka. I have several friends in Topeka who have motorcycles, and I typically don't go back without mine.
Okay. So the purpose of the trip to Topeka was to deliver her firearms to your mother and to take the children to Worlds of Fun?
Yes.
And your mother testified that on the 9th, you and Annie slept in your vehicle?
Yes, because I was very concerned about even being in the same house as the firearms. We have a mattress that we keep in the back of our Suburban, and we actually have kind of dubbed it our Suburbed. And so whenever we go somewhere where we're not comfortable sleeping in the house for whatever reason, whether it be drugs or guns, or that the area is just not fit for us, for us to be comfortable, we will kind of deploy the Suburbed, and that's where we'll sleep.
Because it was something you've done before.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of times.
So the next day you went to Worlds of Fun with your children and your mom?
Yes.
And then from Worlds of Fun, you came back.
Yep.
Now you heard your father-in-law's testimony that you and Tyler, is his last name Denny?
It is.
Okay. Brought your wife's weapons to his house. Did you hear that testimony?
Can you ask that for me one more time, just so I'm clear?
Did you hear your father-in-law Larry Yost's testimony that he recalled you and I think he said Tyler, you and a friend, maybe he couldn't remember it.
Yeah, I think he said either Tyler or my friend Jaron. It's not Jared. His name is Jaron, for the record. Yes, I did hear that testimony.
Do you have any explanation as to why he would remember that?
Yes, I do. Over the years, every time my friend Tyler is in town, we have gone to her parents' house. We've done a lot of target shooting and skeet shooting there. And every time that we've been there that I can remember, he has a lot of firearms and I have several myself. That is where we would keep our firearms, is up in the playroom, I think it was stated. So there has been multiple times over the last year that we've gone to visit and we would take firearms up into that room. So I believe he's a little mistaken on the dates. I think maybe the court is too, a little bit, because of the date that was filed, and I'm just not really sure about that. So I think he's a little confused on the dates in which any firearms were brought by me.
But have you brought any firearms to his house since you were released from jail?
Absolutely not. I have been in no possession of firearms or drugs.
And the firearms that were taken from his house on August 7th was taken by your wife?
Yes,
And you weren't there?
I was not.
And she delivered them to your mother in a vehicle that you were not riding in?
Yes,
And I believe your mother testified that the guns were removed from the vehicle before you got to her house?
yes, we took extra precautions to make sure that she has several cameras on the property because she lives in a very rough neighborhood in Topeka. And we wanted to be able to document that I was not there and that I was not, how do you say, maybe privy to that, the transfer.
Have you done everything in your power to comply with your bond conditions?
I believe I have, yes.
Have you possessed firearms in any way since you were released?
Absolutely not.
Have you touched a gun or any ammunition?
No, nope. And as a matter of fact, we were even told by one of the jailers when I was released, he said, I don't have to tell you this, but go through everything and make sure there's not even a shell casing or anything in your truck or in any of your vehicles, because he said, I know that's where I keep mine and they kind of fall loose. So that was another precaution we took as soon as I got out, was to make sure there were no ammunition or spent shell casings or anything in my carpet, in my vehicle, in my house. I feel that I've gone above and beyond to make sure that I would not end up back here.
Likewise, if law enforcement were to search your house now, would they find any firearms, any ammunition, anything
Nope.
like that?
No, and I would welcome and encourage that. As a matter of fact, I would actually like that to happen.
Now originally Judge Biggie didn't do this, and I know these weapons are at your house, but if the court were to direct your mother to bring them to law enforcement, have law enforcement hang on to them while you're on bond, you're fine with that, are you not?
I would be okay with that. Other than the fact that, no, I think I'd be okay with that.
Well, you know that they would keep them, they'd still be yours, they'd catalog them and keep them. And until your condition that you not possess firearms is no longer in place.
Yes.
Yeah, you don't have any problem doing that.
I do not.
Also, you were ordered to get outpatient treatment, an evaluation, and then outpatient treatment.
Yes, I was.
And how has that been going?
It's been going very well. My, Sorry, had a little background noise there. Lost my train of thought. My counselor, I think you would call her, Barb, and I can't remember her last name. I should know that. Maybe you have it there, Kip, but Barb has been very happy with me. She's stated to me multiple times that she doesn't think that I need to be there. She's actually went so far as to tell me that I'm kind of an atypical situation, are the words that she used. She said, I normally don't see people.
No, let's not get too far into that. You understand that
Yep.
you need to be there because that's a condition of your bond.
Yes, sir.
And have you gone to every appointment that you're supposed to go to
I have.
and participated to the best of your ability in every treatment session?
Yes.
And you do understand that Ellis County has filed a case against you,
I do understand that.
and it's out of these same allegations.
I do understand that.
And you understand that you're going to have to deal with that.
Yes.
Are you asking the court to reinstate your bond?
I'm pleading with the court to reinstate my bond.
And you would be willing to follow any additional provisions that the court might find appropriate?
Absolutely.
But once again, it's your testimony that you have not possessed a firearm while on bond.
Yes.
I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Ms. Muir?
Thank you. Mr. Kerr, you stated from the beginning of the testimony that you feel like you've actually over-communicated with Ms. Hecker while on bond supervision. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
You talked about when you guys were going to Topeka, the time that you stated Anna was taking the guns to your mom's. Did you tell Ms. Hecker about that trip to Topeka?
Yes, I did.
Did you tell her you were transporting, your wife was going to be transporting firearms in the vehicle in front of you?
No, because at the point that I had requested that travel permission, I was not privy to the fact that she had moved them or was going to move them. And so at that point, no, I had not.
At any point, did you communicate that in your communications with Ms. Hecker?
No, I didn't, because no, I didn't.
So you over communicate with her, but you didn't tell her about the guns that were being moved, that were testified under oath by your wife at the bond hearing, that they were at the Yost house.
To be clear, she testified that all the guns were out of the house. And I testified that my firearms were at my mother's house. So it was never testified that they were, that she had taken hers to her parents' house. But no, I did not reach out a second time to communicate to Jordan about that.
Do you think that would have been an important detail to communicate to your bond supervisor?
Possibly, but I don't feel like I was in any violation. I took the extra precautions to not be anywhere near them, to not have any access to them, and not, like I said, not be in the same vehicle. As far as, she's not on bond, she still has her firearm rights, and she still has somewhat an expectation of privacy.
You stated that you did not want your father living at your home because of potential issues with firearms.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you concerned he had a firearm?
I knew for a fact he had multiple firearms.
He had those in your home?
He did.
And they were there after you were out on bond?
Yes, and I was told by the local police and by the sheriff when I had asked him to remove those and that they were not welcome on my property. I was told by both the local police and by the sheriff that I had no right to tell him he could not have his firearms because he had a separate dwelling in my home.
And you stated when you went to your mother's in August that you actually slept in your vehicle because you didn't want to be in the same home where there were firearms located.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you testified you went to your in-laws on the 28th to surprise them for a lunch at their home, correct?
Yes.
That's where the firearms were.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
So you had no issue going to a lunch where the firearms were located, but you didn't want to sleep in your mom's house where the firearms had been moved to.
Right. Because of the involvement that, the implication that I had been moving them. I did not want that.
So you don't mind being where they are, just not where they had been moved to.
Well, all of the firearms that are in that house are under lock and key and in a separate area. And usually the lunches, if you ask them, are all conducted in the Morton building to the, let me see, it would be the north east side of the property. So typically we do not go into the house to eat the lunch. But I did, however, go into the house to help move some boxes and a guitar.
You actually moved the boxes and the guitar from the playroom, which is where the guns were located.
I did. Oh, we got low power. Hold on a second. Sorry, we had a low power situation here. Let me get this plugged in. I can get it. I'll get it to reach. Yeah, I think so. There it goes.
Okay.
Yep, we're okay. Sorry about that. But I would like to reiterate that I had taken extra precautions to drive my own vehicle and to distance myself as far as possible from any firearms.
Except for going into the room where the exact firearms are located.
That were under lock and key, and I had no knowledge to where the key was.
Did you hear the testimony today from your father-in-law regarding testimony that you had brought the gun to the home with your friend after you were released from custody?
I did.
He was pretty specific about his testimony that you were holding the door, correct?
Yeah, that he was.
In fact, he talked about his time as a judge in the city of Bazine. And he was pretty impressed with the fact that you were not handling those guns because that was important to him, correct?
That's correct.
He had a very specific recollection of that day, correct?
He appeared to, yes.
But you're saying he's confused by something that happened a couple years ago.
I did not say a couple of years ago, no, ma'am.
Confused about something that happened before.
Yes.
Was there another time you were on bond and there was a requirement that you not be in possession of weapons?
No.
Okay, so this is the only time you've had a court order and bond supervision requiring that you have no possession of weapons.
Right, and I think I could clear up some confusion on that matter if you'd like me to, or I could just answer the specific questions.
You could just answer my questions, would be great, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also hear the testimony from your mother-in-law, Ms. Connie Yost, talking about the same time where you and a friend brought the gun to the house after you were released from your bond hearing?
I did.
And it is your opinion that they are both confused about that date?
Yes.
We also heard testimony from Mr. Yost, Donald Yost, where he stated he had actually seen you carrying multiple guns at one time, and in fact, you had bumped into him. Did you hear that?
Yes.
And you're saying that is untrue?
I am.
That you were not in possession of any weapons on July 28th?
I absolutely was not.
Did you hear testimony from Larry Yost where he said the guns were removed on the 28th when Donald was there?
I did.
and that he saw you holding the door open where he was sitting 5 feet away from the door, and you were holding the door open as your wife removed the guns from the home.
I did.
Did you hear that same testimony from your mother-in-law, Connie Yost?
I did. And they were in the same room, correct?
Connie Yost testified she was outside while you were holding the door open and your wife was removing the guns. You heard that testimony?
Yes.
That is your testimony that you were not there when the guns were being removed.
I absolutely was not. That was not what was being removed that day. I think they're confused about what exactly was removed.
The 3 witnesses that testified today are all confused about what was removed, that they did not see firearms being removed on July 28th.
Yes.
How many times had you been to your in-laws' home since the firearms had been taken there?
I believe just once.
Just on July 28th.
I believe so.
Were you there on the 4th of July weekend?
No,
You didn't spend any holidays with your in-laws?
not this 4th of July, but we typically do.
I have no further questions.
Redirect, Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Kerr, in your testimony, you said that you believed you could clear up some confusion. What confusion do you believe exists?
Pertaining to what? I think there's a lot, like I said, I think there's a lot in this case, even as far as the court's concerned, because, the date that I was originally brought in and charged with, that's entered as evidence. I have the paper here. It says date of offense, not just the on or about date, which I understand could be different, but the date of offense is entered as that. So I believe there's a lot of confusion in this case. I believe there's a lot of lack of evidence, and that, so I guess my question is, what pertaining to what are you wanting me to clear up?
I'm not trying to go into some sort of, you had said that you thought there was a confusion regarding the dates of the testimony. And you asked if Ms. Muir wanted you to clarify or answer the questions.
Yeah, I just can't. Yes, I do. I just can't remember exactly what question she was talking about.
And if you don't remember, that's fine. I'm not asking you to guess.
But I can say, okay, go ahead.
No,
Sorry.
no, don't. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, as far as the July 28th date, Ms. Muir asked you whether or not you thought all 3 of the witnesses, being your brother-in-law, your mother-in-law, and your father-in-law, were confused. You recall that?
Yes.
Now, do you believe your mother-in-law and father-in-law are confused?
Very much so.
Do you think your brother-in-law is confused, or do you think he's lying?
I think he's lying to get me in trouble. He's also made statements, if I can, I'll just say, he's made statements over text message that he will do what it takes to get me out of his sister's life, no matter what.
Now, your father-in-law testified that he had a stroke.
Yes.
Do you recall when that was?
I do not.
How is his memory?
It's very poor.
And how old is your father-in-law?
I believe he's 81.
And how old is your mother-in-law?
76, I believe.
I don't have any other questions.
Recross?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Any additional testimony, Mr. Johnson?
That's it, Your Honor.
Okay. Any rebuttal, Ms. Muir?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Argument, Ms. Muir.
Well, Your Honor, I would like to say the facts are clear in this matter, but I think they're probably anything but clear. We've heard a variety of testimony from every witness we've had. Anna testified that she and Tyler a mutual friend brought the guns to the Yost home shortly before Jeremiah was released from custody on June 18th. She also testified she brought Jeremiah's guns to Sherry's home in Topeka also before that bond hearing. However, we heard Larry and Connie testify that Jeremiah and a friend brought the guns to the Yost home shortly after the bond hearing on June 18th. I felt that their testimony seemed very specific, especially with Mr. Yost bringing up the fact that Mr. Larry Yost bringing up the fact, that following those bond conditions was very important to him, and that they were adamant that he held the door. That seemed like a very specific memory from both of them, that those guns were being brought by Mr. Kerr, despite the fact that it was already testified under oath at the bond hearing that those guns had already been removed. And it was stated at that hearing that the guns had been brought to, that Anna's guns were brought to the Yost house. Anna also testified that she removed the guns by herself around August 7th, the Wednesday before the 10th, the weekend of the 10th. She stated that only her parents were home when she went. We also heard Larry and Connie testify that Jeremiah, Anna, and a friend were removing guns from the home, that Jeremiah simply held the door. There was testimony from Connie that Jeremiah was on a motorcycle. We didn't hear that testimony from Larry, though. Donald testified that Jeremiah and Anna were removing the guns from the home, and that he actually witnessed Jeremiah carrying multiple firearms to the white Suburban, and that he viewed Anna drive the Suburban and Jeremiah in the passenger seat, all on the 28th, which he specifically remembered because it was a lunch that he had planned to go to and brought the food for following church that day. In any of these scenarios of either bringing the guns to the home or removing the guns from the Yost home, there's testimony from 3 individuals that Jeremiah was in attendance at the home involved in the transfer of those guns. Ms. Hecker, in her testimony, made it clear that the expectation was that he was not going to be around firearms. This case involved a firearm and the discharge of a firearm that shot and injured a victim in this case. This was not a generic court order to not be within possession. This was not a generic bond supervision order to not be within possession of firearms. It's specific because there was a firearm in this case and that there is a victim in this case, and there's protection orders. And Mr. Kerr seemed to take that seriously by his own statement that he was over communicative, had asked his own father to be removed from his home so that he wouldn't violate bond conditions, and that he actually slept in the vehicle so that he wouldn't be in the same home. Yet from his same testimony, he knowingly went to his in-laws' house where the guns were located, went into the room where the guns were located, and didn't have an issue with that. Didn't communicate that to Ms. Hecker. Didn't communicate the fact that the guns were being moved to Ms. Hecker, despite the fact he had told her he was traveling to Topeka. If he took steps to distance himself from the firearms, there wouldn't have been any difference than at the in-laws' home. That was his own testimony that he had taken those steps to distance himself. While I do not think that the evidence is perfectly clear from the testimony we've heard today, I think there's multiple testimonies from multiple witnesses, Donald, Larry, and Connie, that Jeremiah had placed himself in a position to be around those guns on July 28th and likely days after the bond hearing when the guns were taken to the home. I think Mr. Kerr is in violation of his bond conditions and that his bond should be re-invoked and he should remain incarcerated in the Rooks County Jail until further hearing.
Mr. Johnson.
Well, Your Honor, I'm looking at the bond condition, and the bond condition is no weapons to be possessed by Jeremy Kerr. The probation violation is no possession of any weapons. They're the same order. Possession, there's a difference between possession and being around. There's no testimony except from Donald, except from the brother-in-law, Donald Yost, that Mr. Kerr ever touched firearms. All the other witnesses testify specifically that he didn't touch firearms. Now, and in fact, Mr. Donald Yost said there's no way that, or excuse me, Mr. Larry Yost said there's no way that Mr. Donald Yost would have seen that because he wasn't even in the room. Now, there's consistent testimony with the two Yosts who lived together, but then we have consistent testimony from Mr. Kerr, from his wife, and from his mother regarding where the weapons were, how they got there, and when they got there. Mrs. Kerr, who lives in Topeka, testified that Anna Kerr brought Jeremiah's weapons to her house before he was released from jail. Anna Kerr had weapons that she testified she took to her parents' house. They were her weapons. And even Mr. Donald, or excuse me, I keep confusing Donald and Larry. Mr. Larry Yost said the weapons at the house were Anna Kerr's weapons. Donald Yost said that Larry Yost said that he was told by his wife that Jeremiah arrived on the 28th of July on a motorcycle. But more importantly, they did testify about boxes being removed, but they all testified that Jeremiah Kerr did not touch any firearms. From the list of firearms, I don't know why there would be boxes removed. That is more consistent with the testimony of Anna Kerr and Jeremiah Kerr that firearms were not removed that day, that property was removed that day. The reason why property was removed and the firearms, Miss Anna Kerr testified, was that the brother, Donald Yost, started coming around and they were concerned. She was concerned about him stealing her property. Miss Cherry Steinkühler, Jeremy Kerr's mother, testified that on the 9th that Anna Kerr came with the kids in their Suburban, and later Jeremy Kerr joined them. Anna Kerr's weapons were in the Suburban, and that she then turned over to Cherry Steinkühler. That's consistent with Anna's testimony and with Mr. Kerr's testimony. And it's consistent with the testimony at the bond hearing. Your Honor, it was obvious that Donald Kerr and Jeremy and Anna, that Donald Yost and Anna and Jeremy Kerr, Jeremiah and Anna Kerr do not get along. There's also evidence that Mr. Kerr went out of his way to make sure that he wouldn't violate bond conditions. When his father wouldn't agree to his bond conditions, he went to the sheriff and asked them to take his father's guns. That couldn't happen because his father didn't have a prohibition and they considered the basement a separate residence. So then he evicted his father. That caused his father to become upset and make threats. And so he filed a PFA, all to make sure that he wasn't going to violate his bond. He was told to get employment. He had employment the next day. He was told to get a drug and alcohol evaluation. He got that almost immediately. He's told to go to outpatient treatment. He's done that. His bond supervisor said, except for this allegation that he possessed weapons, he has done everything that he was supposed to on bond. He has shown this court that he very much does not want to wind up back in jail, and he does not want to violate his bond. There is no, even if you believe that he was there when the guns were moved, there's no testimony whatsoever that he exercised control or touched or did anything with those guns. Now, his testimony was fairly clear that that didn't happen. Mr. Donald Yost testified he had a stroke and he doesn't remember very well. I think you also heard that he testified that he had a conversation with me and he couldn't remember what he told me a few days ago. There just isn't clear evidence that he violated his bond. And Mr. Kerr also testified that I think a good way just to clear this up is just to ask Miss Sherry Steinkühler to gather up all the weapons and deposit them with the Rooks County Sheriff's Department. That way we know where they are and they can be held until this thing is done. So we'd ask the court to reinstate his bond, make whatever additional orders the court may think is appropriate, if any. He knows he has to deal with the Ellis County case, but we'd like his bond reinstated on this case, Your Honor. There just isn't evidence that he possessed firearms while on bond.
Ms. Muir.
Your Honor, just real quickly, one point that Mr. Johnson had brought up is the difference in the ownership of Anna's guns versus Jeremiah's guns. And as the court is aware, the condition has nothing to do with ownership of the guns. It states that he will not possess weapons. So regardless of whether they're Anna's or Jeremiah's, the order is not specific as to whose guns he could possess.
Right. This is a case that has a lot of different testimony. I think it's important to go back and look at what we mean by possession. Possession is defined under Kansas law under 21-5111. Subsection B means knowingly having joint or exclusive control over an item, or knowingly keeping some item in a place where the person has some measure of access and right of control. And that is possession. I think the defendant, and the evidence shows the defendant was careful not to, quote, touch the guns, end quote. But that doesn't mean he didn't possess the guns. And he can talk about her guns, my guns. It was their guns, and the guns in the house is in the house, and that's an area he has control over. And that's an area that he is keeping him in a place where he has a measure of access and a right of control. Even by his own testimony, when the guns were being transported in their Suburban to Topeka, even though he carefully had to distance himself by following on a motorcycle, he was still in possession of those guns while they were in the Suburban. It's his Suburban. He's got a right of authority of control over it. He knows they're there. He possessed the guns. Now we can go back and we can try to parse exactly which testimony is absolutely true and which is not absolutely true. The bottom line, it's probably a little bit of all of them, and a little bit of all of them are not quite true. But there's no reason for the court to say that Donald and Connie and Larry are all just flat wrong when they say on July 28th, they came out and they got the guns. Even though they have some memory issues, they were all clear about Donald being out there while they came out and they got the guns. And that puts him in possession of the guns because they were put into his Suburban. And he had control over the weapons. Even if he didn't touch the guns, he still possessed the guns. So he's in violation of the court order. Question becomes, what do we do about it? Ms. Muir, do we know his background? Have you run a III?
I have, Your Honor.
What's his background?
I do not believe I actually have the III with me at this moment, but if I recall, it was a limited history. I believe there. I'm sorry.
I was going to say we believe his criminal history will be I.
I do believe that's correct. I think there was a diversion, and I don't remember what the misdemeanor conviction was, but I believe there is a misdemeanor conviction and a diversion. Class C, it looks like a disorderly conduct and interference with judicial process. That was diverted in 2017 and it was completed. I think that might be it.
Okay,
I do recall believing he was an I history.
okay. So we don't have any background history other than a disorderly and a diverted interference with judicial process.
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Hecker,
Yes, Your Honor.
what is the position of court services regarding whether you would take him back on bond after he possessed weapons?
My biggest concern at this point would be the interest of public safety. However, that being said, I will do what I'm ordered to do.
Okay. Do you have an opinion, Ms. Hecker, as to whether or not he's posing a danger to the public? He's was in possession of the weapons, but we also have to remember that was to facilitate moving them to a safer place in Topeka.
I share some concerns of the secrecy there was for moving the weapons around and how I was not aware of that. That makes me concerned that this may potentially happen again if there are other weapons that we do not know about.
And the court shares that concern. Again, the court's not impressed by the lengths we took to try to, quote, not touch the weapons, end quote. But the bottom line is you were still possessing the weapons at all time when you had access to them and control over them. So I think you,
I have a question.
Mr. Cole, this is not the time for you to talk. Before you speak, you need to speak to Mr. Johnson.
Put yourself on mute.
Okay. Court shares that concern that you were gilding the lily by telling court services what you wanted to tell them, but not telling them what you didn't want to tell them. When it came to you were going to get those guns and move them to Topeka. And moving them from your in-laws to your mother's house, you clearly possessed under the law. And you were not honest about that. Mr. Johnson makes a very good point about making sure the weapons are secure. I think two things need to happen. One, law enforcement needs to go out and search the Kerr residence and the vehicles to make sure there are no weapons. Two, his mother needs to turn over all of their weapons. They are married, so it's all of their weapons, whether they say they belong to the defendant or his wife, Anna, doesn't matter. All their weapons need to be turned over to law enforcement. At the end of the day, we're still talking about what are the considerations of bond, and that is one, will he disappear? And I have no evidence of him being a flight risk. Two, keeping the public safe. In this case, Judge Biggie had specifically ordered him not to possess weapons for good reason, And that needs to be enforced. So he'll remain in jail until those two things are done. The court is going to authorize court services to impose any other condition they deem appropriate. If court services deems you need to wear electronic monitoring, then you will wear electronic monitoring at your expense. Court services has already ordered you to get an alcohol and drug eval. You've done that. You need to follow through. Okay. You need to not be around anyone who's using alcohol or drugs. You need to not be around anyone who's possessing weapons. Okay. If that means you basically go to work and go home, so be it. This isn't a game of, well, what can I get past court services? You need to fully comply with your bond. And while you did a good job of communicating in some areas, you knowingly failed to communicate in others. Specifically, you didn't tell her you were going to transport your family's guns to your mom's house. Then that was information you knew she should have known. Because she would have told you, no, you're not going to transport anything. You're not going to be around when the transportation happens. Could have law enforcement facilitate that. Any other conditions of bond court services needs?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Again, they don't need to come and get permission from me, Mr. Kerr. If they tell you to do something, you do it. If you have disagreement, you speak to Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson can raise that issue with the court. But unless and until the court relieves you of the obligation, whatever court services tells you to do, you do. Period. And don't play a game of, well, I think I can skirt around that. There's no skirting around. You need to fully be in compliance with what they're asking you to do. Any questions?
Yes, I do, Your Honor. I can work with Mr. Kerr's mother and the sheriff's department to arrange the turnover of the weapons. Will court services or Miss Muir arrange for the search?
That is also a question I have for both. Number one, you had mentioned searching both his vehicles and his home for weapons.
Yes.
I know the sheriff's department will likely know the home. I do not know if they know exactly how many vehicles he owns, or if we could get an idea of what needs to be searched. Vehicles owned by him or his wife, I'm assuming.
Yes.
In addition, Mr. Johnson.
It's anything that's their property, he has control over. So
Correct.
again, we're not playing the game of, well, those were hers, not mine. No, you're married, it's yours together.
For the journal entry and the order that would allow that search, I just didn't know if you wanted me to specify make and if we were doing a search warrant on a home going into it, we would have a very specific address, details of the home, make and model of the car, ownership of the car, tag number. Do we need all of those for the journal entry? In which case we'll have to do a little investigating first to find out what it all is. Or do you just want any vehicles or homes, properties owned by Kerr and or his wife?
Any properties, any vehicles owned by him and or his wife is subject to search to ensure there's no weapons.
And then with regard to the inventory for the gun, I believe in the best interest of all parties, just for safekeeping, I think we should have an inventory prior to the guns being transferred, so that the sheriff can compare the guns coming in to that list and it can be signed off on. So there's no question as to what guns the sheriff's department is in receipt of and is holding during the pendency of this hearing.
But I figured the sheriff would do an inventory when they turned them in and then it'd be signed off on.
That's
Well-
fine. I just don't know. Do we have an inventory from, because Mr. Kerr is going to be staying in custody until this is done, I think it's important that he creates an inventory of what his guns are. We have an inventory he testified to today for his wife's guns, but I also think it's important that she actually confirm what guns are hers, and then that those guns are then taken to the sheriff's department, since he will be in custody.
Mr. Kerr was readily able to identify her weapons. He should be able to readily identify all of his weapons. Get that to Mr. Johnson. Mrs. Kerr should review that and make sure there's no additional weapons. And law enforcement should have that list to compare to what gets turned over to them.
Thank you. But I guess, Kip, to answer your question, I will, once we get an order signed, I will coordinate with Ms. Hecker and the sheriff's department to get the search completed of those vehicles in the home.
Are you gonna prepare the order? Or you want me to?
Either way is fine. Our office actually closes at noon on Fridays. So if you're wanting to get that order done today,
We'll work on it.
Any
Those-
additional clarification you need for the order?
Those
Mr.
were the only two that I had, Judge.
Any additional clarification you need, Ms. Muir?
no, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, you'll talk to your client. This is his first violation.
I definitely talked to my client. I will definitely talk to my client, Judge.
Okay,
Explain things to him.
okay. I also have a matter I need to take up with the parties in a chamber type setting. So if there's nothing additional for this hearing, I need the defendant, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Rohr, and Ms. Muir to stay on. Everyone else, please jump off. Jeff?